AGP, are we ready to go? Okay, everyone, are we ready to go, AGP? Okay, thank you. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for your patience and cooperation here. We just completed our special meeting, and we are now starting our regular City Council meeting Tuesday, February 24th at Veterans Memorial Hall. It is now 6:25. So with that, we do have all council members present. We have a quorum. We'll call the meeting to order. And if you'll please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. And now we'll start with the pledge. Please follow after me. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thanks, everyone. And closed session report. We had no closed session to report at this time, and we'll go on to mayor and council members' reports and announcements. One quick announcement is we will have a budget workshop March 3rd at 4 p.m. here at the Vets Hall. It's for the initial public input on budget priorities. We would encourage all of you here to come back for that one. So those are my announcements for tonight. And Christine, would you start us off with your announcements?
Yes, thanks. Great to see so many of you here this evening, and thanks for participating. And as I thought I should make a general announcement to remind people tonight, we talked about water and sewer rates, and there are always really exciting and important things happening in the city. So if you want to stay in touch, please go on the city website and sign up for Notify Me, and they'll give you many options of things you could choose to stay in touch with about. And if you do so, then you'll receive in your email inbox the information that will come regularly so you can keep up on things. Many times people will say, oh, I didn't know it was happening, and sometimes it's way at the end of the process. So if there are things that are interesting to you, please sign up for Notify Me and stay in and up with what's going on in your city. And for the process, also in terms of city communication, we have a Facebook page. If you haven't liked that yet, please go ahead and take a look at that and like it. Even if you don't like Facebook, there's a great deal of information on that the city puts out daily about what's happening in the city. And then the third thing is, if you haven't noticed yet in your Tolosa Press Bay News, there's a city column that the city manager has been writing about city news in Morro Bay, and that appears in every issue of the Bay News. So it's going to give you a lot more information. We're working to get information out as things are changing and things are happening. Things do move pretty quickly sometimes around here. And then lastly, just reminding everyone that the library will have its ribbon cutting ceremony on this Sunday from 2 to 4, and the public is invited. I did get a sneak peek in there. It's pretty fantastic. So please do come and celebrate with all of us on our brand new beautiful library, and thank the county and the city and the Friends and the library staff are working so well together. Thanks.
Thanks, Christine. Matt?
Yes. I have one announcement. As some of you may or may not know, there is a nonprofit here in Morro Bay called Project Surf Camp. Project Surf Camp works with children with special needs. I do a lot of work with them. But anyway, they just came out with their summer schedule. And so you can see it only runs during, if you look online, Project Surf Camp, and you can see the dates. We would invite you to come out. We do a lot of work. The city works with Project Surf Camp, sends volunteers, and so this is a good way for the community of Morro Bay to help those in need. And we have people that come from all over the country to Morro Bay to do this. So, again, Project Surf Camp. Thank you.
Thanks. John?
Yes, one announcement. Thank you. As your liaison to the TBID and also the Tourism Bureau, want to invite you all to the annual stakeholder meeting Thursday, March the 12th at 9 a.m. Breakfast and networking, 9:30 a.m. The shareholder meeting that will be at the Vets Hall here. You should RSVP by calling 225-1570. That number is 225-1570. I understand the breakfast will be outstanding. So you're all welcome to come and hear what's happening with regard to our TBID and Tourism Bureau. Thank you.
No.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll have to get an update on that because I'm involved with another meeting at that same time, and I'd like to invite the community out to that one as well, which is following up on our local economic action plan. Councilmember Heading and I are on the environmental subcommittee of that local economic action plan. And one of the items that was explored during the last community workshop was the idea of considering developing a greenbelt preservation effort for Morro Bay. And that was actually really strongly supported with the voting process at that workshop. So I've initiated what will be the first meeting of people that have expressed to me an interest in looking at what a greenbelt could mean for Morro Bay and how we could establish or work to further establish one. That meeting will be that same day, March 12th, Thursday, from 9 to 10:30 a.m. at the Community Center studio, which is that room just outside the entrance to the Community Center. Anyone who's interested is welcome to attend, and we're going to be hosting representatives, the Executive Director and the Conservation Director of the Land Conservancy of San Luis Obispo, who are responsible for the recent success of the Pismo Preserve project that you may have heard about. And then we'll also have a representative from the Morro Bay National Estuary Program, who've done quite a bit of greenbelt work in the Chorro Valley, as well as some city staff and myself. So again, if you're interested in coming out to learn more about what we could do potentially here to establish our greenbelt further, it's March 12th, Thursday, from 9 to 10:30 at the Community Center. And if you'd like, you can call me at 772-7668.
Great, thank you. That concludes our announcements. And prior to going to public presentations, we do have a proclamation to deliver. And so with council support, I would ask to pull item A3, proclamation of the City Council of Morro Bay declaring World Spay Day. And we have volunteer Robin Coleman to receive the proclamation. Is Robin here? Okay. Do you have consensus to go ahead and pull item A3 to deliver this? Okay, great, thanks. So I'll meet you down at the podium.
Okay.
Move this around. So thanks everyone for bearing it. And Robin, thanks for coming tonight. Proclamations are always an honor to read and deliver to folks who want to come and do that. Okay. And so let me go ahead and read this for everyone to hear, and so we can deliver this to you. A proclamation of the City Council of the City of Morro Bay declaring Tuesday, February 24, 2015 as World Spay Day. Whereas pets provide companionship to 68% of U.S. households, and whereas nearly 3 million healthy and adoptable cats and dogs are put down in animal shelters each year due to a lack of critical resources and public awareness, and whereas nearly 90% of pets living in poverty and 98% of community feral and stray cats are unaltered, and whereas spaying and neutering has been known to dramatically reduce the number of animals who are put down in animal shelters, and whereas programs exist to assist with the cost of spaying or neutering pets living in poverty and community cats, and whereas veterans, national and local animal protection organizations and private citizens work together to ensure the spaying or neutering of more than 68,000 pets and community cats through World Spay Day in the United States and throughout the world in 2014. And whereas veterinarians, national and local animal protection organizations, and private citizens have joined together again to advocate the spaying and neutering of pets and community cats on World Spay Day 2015. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Morro Bay does hereby proclaim February 24, 2015 as World Spay Day, calling for citizens of Morro Bay to observe the day by having their own pet spayed or neutered, or by sponsoring the spaying or neutering of a pet in need. Thank you very much, Robin.
Thank you.
And here you go.
Thank you. Thank you. Sure, awesome.
Okay. And this is, please,
Fancy.
this,
Okay.
actually, take this. I'll take
Okay.
that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So I just wanted to share today we actually did 25 spay and neuters for Chihuahuas. Every other year we have done cats, but Chihuahuas have taken the spot for overpopulating all shelters. If you go anywhere around the map, you'll find mostly Chihuahuas and Pit Bulls have taken the top spot in shelters. So we have, for the first time, seen a pretty good response on our spay and neuter programs in San Luis County. Last Sunday was the first time we emptied our cattery. It's never happened in Woods history in 55 plus years. We emptied our cattery. All of our cats got adopted. And yeah. And we do get all of our cats from next door, County Animal Services, and they were low on cats for the first time. So we're reaching out and we're able to help other communities that aren't as lucky as we are here. And so we are always helping, bringing more animals into San Luis County. I would also like to share in January we had a record-breaking 115 adoptions for cats and dogs at Woods Humane Society. And again, we're able to reach out and help more people in the community and also other shelters in other communities. We have a 99% placement rate at Woods. So 99% of the animals that come into Woods have found a home or went to a rescue or possibly an employee like myself. So I just want to thank you all for the support to Woods and San Luis County Animal Services as well. We're working really hard to control the overpopulation and to find these homeless animals a new home. So thank you so much for having us.
Thank you, Robin.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. And with that, we'll go into public presentations. We have the update on status of the LEAP program. Mr. Maruska, thanks for coming out.
Welcome. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. I'm Don Maruska, and I'm pleased to be here to give you an update about the Local Economic Action Program, or as we call it, LEAP. This is really an effort to strengthen the community by bringing residents, businesses, and visitors together to create a more vital and successful economy. This is a 5-stage program. We're currently on the 2nd stage, which is to focus on facilitating action planning. And my objectives in this very brief presentation this evening is to update you about the process, to describe the current efforts by the action teams, which involve refining action plans that came forward from meetings in November and the community workshop in January. They're in the process of developing requests for support from the city where appropriate, although many of the initiatives are actually coming from the citizens and business leaders themselves on things that they're going to execute on their own. But there are some areas for city collaboration. We're going to talk about that a little bit. And to identify who these action teams are and their current members so that if people haven't had a chance to participate in the prior workshops or to engage, they can see who these folks are, make connections, and have an opportunity to get involved. And then this is all to prepare for the March 24th council meeting where we intend to present the LEAP plan for the council's review and endorsement and for response to the requests that are coming forward about how to work collaboratively in implementing those plans. So just a little bit of highlight here. This is just an example of one of the plans that's in development. And so this is the group that's working on revitalizing and linking the business districts to boost activity. So teams are organizing their targeted benefits, the key steps. There's a group of people involved. They've got some target dates. This is just a quick illustration of one of the plans. All the plans are located on this city website. I'll be giving you that URL at the end of the presentation, so anybody who's viewing this evening can go right to that location and find some more details. They're also working with a template to formulate requests so that linked back to those action plans, if there's something that they would like in terms of collaboration with the city for staff support, for program activities, or for funding, they have an opportunity to outline what that is, how that links with the plans, what it is that these business leaders and community leaders are doing to provide their own initiative around these things, and who's bringing those particular ideas forward, so that you'll have a structured way when you see the plan about what are some opportunities to engage. So let me just run through very briefly for the benefit of the public, and I keep finding people who have not heard about the program, so want to be sure that they know what's up. Who's involved with these different efforts? One of the initiatives is around the LEAP team to help accelerate the consideration of programs and activities. You're seeing the mayor, the city manager, and the planning manager are involved in doing that. There's an effort to revitalize the business district. Susan Stewart, whom you see here in the photo, is leading that effort, but there's a whole cast of folks that are working on that, and they're having a meeting tomorrow morning, and they're having meetings later. So if you have not heard about that and want to get involved, let me know. I'll give you the email address for that contact at the end. There's an effort to reinvent the events that are occurring to help them be more successful and to be more engaging to the community as well as the visitors. And there's a whole cast of folks working on that topic. There's a number of initiatives around promoting the environmental assets. And you can see, again, a large group of people. John Heading is leading up that effort. And there's a number of initiatives there. You heard a little bit earlier from Noah, the effort around the Green Belt. And there's many more people than were listed there, and I think you'll probably have an update to that list, Noah, from your meeting on Thursday to let folks know of, or is it tomorrow? Oh, no, it's next month, who's involved in that effort and so on. There's also the installation of the pilot parklet, and folks are working on that, providing feedback, evaluating that, looking at the future of that sort of opportunity. There's a very active and popular interest in enhancing fiber optic connectivity. The city manager, Dave Buckingham, is leading that effort, and others are involved from local businesses in terms of how to help implement that opportunity so that hopefully both businesses and residents could have much better connectivity. And then there's an effort to create an inventory of commercial properties. The Chamber's very actively involved with that, along with a number of the commercial realtors. There's an effort to reassess the business incubator and to enhance local business building. You can see a series of folks there, led by Jennifer Redmond, who's the Chamber president. And then
I'm going to have to hold you to the
okay.
time tonight.
So we will just zip on. If you want to know more about these things, the key thing to do is to find the connections on the web, and you'll have the information that you need to be looking at these programs and to find how they can help you in getting more information and getting involved. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Don. Thanks, folks, and great update on our LEAP program. And now we'll move on to public comment. And opening up our public comment tonight is Allie Gale for our business spot, and that's the Salt Air Studio. So, Allie, if you could come forward and welcome to the business spot and public comment.
Thank you. My name is Allie Gale, and I have a business in town on the Embarcadero named Salt Air Studio. And it's a new business we opened about 6 months ago. And
make sure you get that microphone real close for us, please.
Sure. Sorry.
Thank you.
So it's on the waterfront in the Marina Square building in Morro Bay. And what we do is everything's handmade and American-made, and some locally made items too. And I try to find items made with organic and recycled materials as much as possible, but using natural elements. The term I like to use is like eco-conscious goods is what I try to specialize in, and then cool local art too, because it's down there on the Embarcadero, and that's what people are looking for. And so I've got a good collection of local artists too. I started out as a maker myself, making organic cotton beanies, and one of my main products is the wool dryer balls. They're the natural alternative to dryer sheets and fabric softener, and the main benefit is that the wool absorbs moisture from washed clothes, so the more balls you use, it cuts drying time, so energy and money saved. And so I was doing craft fairs a few years ago, and some large ones, like up in San Francisco, and I came across a woman working for Williams-Sonoma, and she liked my product, and so they carry them now online on their website. and in their catalog as part of their agrarian line. And then they're also available, they've been available for a few years now at the Sunshine Health Food Store in town here on Morro Bay Boulevard, and then in my store now. So they can be used every day in every load, and they last for years, and they can be scented with essential oils. So that's those. So the concept of the store just sort of evolved from the direction of the items that I was making, and with that, what I was seeing being made again by a younger generation with the craft fairs that I was in, like the Renegade Craft Fair. It's kind of a large. It's been 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I didn't get to talk about the other products, but some cool stuff. Just have to come check it out in the Marina Square building.
So, Alec Gale, you're at the Salt Air Studio at the Marina Square Gallery. And your hours?
Usually from 11 to 6.
11 to 6, okay.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, thank you.
All right, thank you, Alec. Appreciate it. Encourage you all to go out there. So we have speaker slips, and so I'll just be calling folks up for public comment. Jeff Eccles, please come forward. And then we have, after Jeff, we have Abby Diodati.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, city staff, and fellow residents. My name is Jeff Eccles. I'm a business owner in and a resident of the city of Morro Bay. It's good to see you all tonight. I'm also president of the Morro Bay Community Foundation, and I'm here to announce the annual Dixon Spaghetti Dinner, the fundraiser that we have. Before I tell you more about the details on that, I want to tell you more about what the Community Foundation does and why it's so important. I literally just came to this meeting from coaching my son's basketball team. And there are 5 players on a basketball team. We have 7 kids on the team. And when I look out over the 7 children that are on that team, 3 of them most likely would not be there if it weren't for the Morro Bay Community Foundation. The reason for that is because the programs that we put on through Parks and Rec, they're kind of expensive. And when a parent decides to enroll their child into a Parks and Rec program, they hustle their kid down to Parks and Rec and are excited to sign them up, and then they're shocked sometimes, and it's not that we charge a lot purposefully, it's just that these programs cost a lot to put on, and they're sticker shocked by the cost of the program. And it's heartbreaking that sometimes children aren't able to participate in that program because of the cost. That's where the Morro Bay Community Foundation steps in. We actually pay for a majority of that child's costs to enroll in the recreation program. And this is both for the enrichment programs, the junior lifeguards, the beach camp, as well as, of course, some of the sports programs like basketball that my son's in. So 3 out of those 7 kids on that basketball team probably wouldn't be there if it weren't for the foundation. 2 board members that I want to mention. One is Sarah Ketchum. She is a local business person in town, and she just joined our board. We are excited to have her on the board. And a longtime board member, Marlene Peter, who was just honored last month as the Living Treasure of the Year. So we've got a very strong board, an active board. Please mark your calendars. March 20th, Friday, will be the annual Dixon Spaghetti Dinner. Also, Beans Roofing is donating, as they have for many years, a shiny new bicycle that we will raffle off that night, and there'll be some other raffle auctions. So Friday, March 20th, I look forward to seeing you as well as our other community members at this very important event. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Abby Diodati. And then we have Meg Crockett after that.
Hello, Council and Mayor. My name is Abby Diodati, and I'm here actually to speak towards item D3, the Morro Bay 4th of July bike parade and festivities, which you guys will be discussing later. I am representing the bike parade committee tonight and wanted to let you know that we are willing to offer our services for 1 more year to put on the bike parade as you move forward in making your big decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. And we have Meg Crockett. And then following Meg is Lena Thomas.
Good evening. My name is Meg Crockett. I'm president of Pacific Wildlife Care. We'll be talking later about the Dynegy agenda item because our wildlife treatment center is located on the old power plant site. But before I get into that, I want to thank the City of Morro Bay and the Tourism Bureau for the $1,000 check we received for our fundraising event in November, Superbration. So thank you very much for that. But I want the Morro Bay City Council and the citizens of Morro Bay to know that Pacific Wildlife Care provides a critical service for the wildlife of Morro Bay, and indeed for the whole county, as we treat birds, land mammals, and reptiles that are injured or orphaned. We are the only organization licensed by U.S. Fish and Wildlife and California Fish and Wildlife for wildlife care in our county, and we receive no regular funds from any government entity. Pacific Wildlife Care needs your help to continue in our work in Morro Bay. We need more volunteers, more members, more donors. It's expensive to treat 2,449 animals a year. That's how many we treated last year. And we have more animals in January and February of this year than ever before. But besides being your local county wildlife care resource, Pacific Wildlife Care has 3 unusual characteristics for a wildlife care facility. We have a full-time wildlife veterinarian, not a dog or cat vet, not a part-time vet located someplace else. Number 2, we have a hotline, 543-WILD, if you're taking notes, and volunteers to man that hotline. That helps us educate the public about wildlife, helps them to learn how to rescue and bring in animals to us, or to find a transporter if they absolutely cannot bring the animal to Morro Bay. Number 3, we have rescue transport volunteers throughout the county who drive the animals to Morro Bay to be examined by the vet and to be treated. And I believe Pacific Wildlife Care contributes to the economy of Morro Bay too. While about 300 of our animals are either found, released, or both in Morro Bay, I think of the other 2,000 plus animals brought to Morro Bay from elsewhere in the county. I suspect that many of these transporters, whether they are volunteers or members of the public, buy a meal here, pick up something at a market or at Limo's or at Coalesce bookstore, or visit the Natural History Museum, or are tempted to come back to kayak, to dine on the Embarcadero, or to come to the Winter Bird Festival. I say this as a resident of San Luis, who spends a lot of my free time in Morro Bay. It's a special place.
Going to have to ask you to conclude.
Yes. Thank you so much for your support.
Thank you, Meg. Thanks for what you do. Lynna Thomas, and next, following Lynna, is Ray David.
Hi, Mayor, Council, staff. My name is Lynna Thomas. I'm a local business owner. Coalesce Bookstore, 3 or 4 times over the last 40 years, we've had many years, we've had occasion to call Pacific Wildlife. We've had injured wildlife in our garden at Coalesce, and always they show up immediately, take care of the problem with compassion. I appreciate them so much. So I'm here tonight with 19 more pages of the Parklet petition. Before I hand these over, I want to say a couple things. The Parklet petition is about the Parklet, period. It is not intended to cause damage to any business or any individual. We have it on our counter in the bookstore. We don't talk bad talk about anybody at the store. Not allowed. If people ask about the petition, we encourage them to sign it, and most of the people we talk to are happy to do so. Petitions are a time-honored tradition in democracies. They're a way of getting voices heard. Most people will not write a letter, come to a meeting, or make a call, but they will readily sign a petition if it's something they feel strongly about or believe in. It is our hope, our being the signers of this petition, that the voices heard through these petitions will weigh in on your Parklet deliberations We continue to hope that the parklet will be moved from Main Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Lena. Ray David.
Hi, Council. Ray David, resident of Morro Bay since 1975, practicing real estate in the community for over 31 years. I pay $579 to the California Bureau of Real Estate and Board of Realtors to hold my license here in California. As an agent, I work for a broker who takes considerable amount of my commission. And in taking listings, I do not own that listing. The broker owns that listing. So I feel to charge the agents in the community a business license fee is usury. Also, I'd like to know, what are the Board of Realtors and the agents going to receive for paying these fees? And I also understand that Don Maruska is collecting 43% of these fees go to his pocket. I'd like to question that. I'd like the City Council to question that. And I'd like them to question hitting all the agents in this community, 700 or 800 of them, with these. Granted, it's only $33. It's really no big deal. But as agents, we work for brokers under their business license, under their support. So I feel in no way is it the agent's responsibility to have a business license. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Casey Caldwell. Ted, are you speaking for Casey?
I am, yes.
Okay. And then William Austin after Casey.
Okay. Obviously, I'm not Casey Caldwell. My name is Ted DeMont, and I'm speaking for her. So what I'm about to read isn't necessarily applicable to me personally. So good evening, Mayor Irons and council members. My name is Ted DeMont. I live in Morro Bay. I took up art about a year ago. One thing I know for sure is that I'm not very good. But really, I enjoy the process of learning. I joined the Morro Bay Art Association because I can meet other artists, get valuable pointers and critiques of my work. They offer classes. I attend demos where I can watch another artist work on a piece while discussion of hows and whys in the process. Sorry, I'm not reading this very well, I guess. These are all valuable tools for beginning and experienced artists. As a member, I pay an annual fee, which allows me to enjoy the above benefits. It also allows me to show my work at the Morro Bay Arts Center Gallery. My oil painting class is having a show this year, and the pastel class has also been invited to exhibit their work. I showed my first piece in the recent exhibit that coincided with the annual Winter Bird Festival. Can you imagine how exciting this was for me? I actually got to brag to friends and family that I had a piece hanging in a gallery. Of course, no one bought my piece. I didn't hang it to sell it because I'm not very good. I hung it to support the Art Association to say, hey, if I can do this, you can too. I'm learning art as a hobby. I do not rely on the gallery exhibits for income, and not one of our members is supported by their gallery sales. Tonight we are bringing this to your attention and asking for clarification. The requirements for exhibiting one's work at the gallery is to be a dues-paying member, pay a nominal $4 fee for each piece exhibited, be willing to sell the work, and pay a 20% commission to the association. No member can exhibit unless they are willing to sell. Some city staffers have told us that if a person has the intent to sell anything in Morro Bay, they must have a business license. If the Art Association is designated a nonprofit 501c3 corporation, and the association is comprised solely of its members, doesn't the association's exemption apply across the board to its membership? Without its members, the nonprofit entity would fail. If a member exhibits every year and never sells a single piece, which is not uncommon, do they need to purchase a business license year after year? Please bear in mind that this issue is not about profits from art in the park. It is not about artists who may be a member of the Morro Bay Art Association in addition to having other outlets for their work. We are asking for your clarification on the business license requirement for members who exhibit in the Art Center Gallery only. Those who are selling online or in other galleries and shows are not the subject of this issue. I just want to add that as the grant administrator for the association, I have the honor of awarding grant money to further the advancement of art in the local high schools. As a condition of accepting the grants, the art teacher agrees to conduct a juried show of their respective schools. The top 10 winners from each school exhibit their entries at the Art Center for the annual Student Art Show. We do all the advertising for the show, which has been taking place for decades. This year,
I'm going to have to ask you to conclude, Ted.
No, that's well, that's it, I guess. Anyway, thank you.
Thanks, Ted. And I believe you did submit all that in writing for council as well, so thanks very much. Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. William Austin. And then we have Diane Raven.
Good evening. Thank you. I'm here to speak about the tax on the realtors, for the agents in particular. I'm the broker and owner of Pacific Beach Properties. My agents already pay their fees through the association. Now, there's been some comment through the city that they made an attempt to contact all the brokers, contact everyone involved in this, about what the fees were going to be. In conversations I've had with the Association of Realtors and with other brokers outside the area and in the city, no one has made any attempt from the city to contact any of the brokers to discuss the situation. And you come back to another one. Why should the agents pay for a license? Now, under your outline, there's going to be a fee for the employees, which would be my secretary, and then for the agents. And, of course, you're going to charge the agents $1 more. Now, it's not a lot of money, but it is discrimination. Why should they pay more money than the employees? And I assume that the city will then be asking for licensing from registered nurses, receptionists, waiters, waitresses. This is an unfair tax. There are rules and regulations guiding it by the state. Under the Business Professional Codes, it's Unit 1600, under the Government Section Code 37101. You can look them up and read them. It just is unfair. It's unfair and illegal. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Raven. And then we have Park Merrill.
Hi, I'm Diane Raven. I'm a Morro Bay resident. And I'm speaking also on the behalf of the Morro Bay Art Association, of which I am a member, and about the requirement for each of our association members to purchase a business license to show their work. I'm aware that in the past you have amended the initial ruling to lower the business license fee for those with incomes under $12,000. And I'm here to propose that you consider having another category by which the members would be exempt from having to purchase a business license if their sales are under $1,200 a year. I know many cities, the city that I moved here from, Irvine, California, also had that kind of consideration. We didn't particularly like the category that we were put in, which was a yard sale license or exemption for a license, but we were happy to have that exclusion just the same. Many, if not all of our artists, or most of our artists, fall into that category of having less than $1,200 of sales per year and are hesitant, if not unwilling, to show their work in the association if they're required to purchase the business license that was required. For them, art is not a business. It may be a hobby, it may be a passion, or it may be just a way of associating themselves with like-minded people in an artistic community. Many of our members are actually leaving the association to go to other cities where they have a more friendly artistic environment for these people, such as many are going to Cayucos, Cambria, Paso Robles, or even San Luis Obispo. Serving currently as the assistant gallery director, I have a vested interest in having quality gallery shows in the Morro Bay Art Association. And not only do we need members to show their high-quality work, which benefits the association as well as our patrons and the community at large, but we also need to retain our members so that they can do the work that we do and provide the services that we do for the community. I do hope you'll consider this proposal, not only for the members of the Morro Bay Art Association, but also for the community. And I think it would benefit us all in doing so. And thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Raven. Park Merrill.
Thank you for having us. I'm another Morro Bay Art Association member. I just want to read, I have a page of comments that I would like to make about it. Dear members of the Morro Bay City Council. My name is Park Merrill, and I'm a member of the Morro Bay Art Association, MBAA, a nonprofit organization which runs the Art Center Gallery on Main Street. The purpose of the Art Center is to provide and encourage the visual arts at every level. We are a community-minded institution, and our membership is open to anyone expressing an interest in art. What does MBAA do for this community? We have just awarded $5,000 to local high school art teachers. They use this money for proposed art projects, materials, and or equipment. These awards are called SMART grants. We offer art classes to children. The dates for this year's classes are in June, July, and August. We coordinate with the Morro Bay Bird Festival by hosting a bird-designated gallery show. In other words, all the pictures have to have birds in them. Let's see, and then we also have a link to them so that we can coordinate with them on the Bird Festival. Another thing that we do is we have a link with the Estuary Club and have an exhibit with paintings featuring the estuary, and that actually goes up tomorrow. We team with the Estuary Club and have an exhibit. I'm sorry, I already said that. Visitors to this exhibit gain a heightened awareness of the nature of the Morro Bay area, which obviously is paradise. This year we are partnering with the Morro Bay Historical Society by putting on a show of local landmarks. In other words, the artist goes out, paints something that's a local landmark, and that will be in the show. How do we fund these projects? Or putting it another way, how do we keep the doors of the Morro Bay Art Association open? The MBAA sponsors and organizes the Art in the Park program. Arranging and setting up for each of these 3 weekend activities is done with volunteer labor plus one part-time Morro Bay Art Association employee. All participants for these 3 weekends must have business license. In other words, all these people coming from far away and all of that, which, by the way, spend a lot of money in Morro Bay with restaurants and motels, hotels, what have you. So all of them have to have a business license, and if they come from out of town, they must buy a transient license.
I'm going to have to ask you to conclude, sir.
Okay. Okay, so I don't get to finish.
The 3 minutes expired. I'm just going to have to ask you to conclude.
Well, let me just say we are a community conscious organization, and we desire to keep the community in the focus of what we do there. And we have volunteers. It's all volunteer labor except for one part-time employee.
Thank you, sir.
Very much for listening.
Thank you very much. And that concludes our speaker slips for public comment. And with that, I'm looking, we have some people standing up. So public comment, we have 3 people. So can you, how many other people for public comment that didn't get speaker slips? You have a speaker slip? Would you come up and then we just, all 3 of you, maybe just line up and we can get going there, please? Thank you. Welcome. Come on up. Thank you. Yeah, come on up.
Is that what you want me to do?
Come on up, please. Thank you.
Okay, I'm here to talk about Measure Q. In November of 2006...
Can you state your name, please?
Janice House, Morro Bay.
Thank you.
In November 2006, a half-cent sales tax was approved by the citizens with no sunset date. That goes on forever. The information that I have seen states that you plan on looking at possible bond measure to fund fixing of city streets. You have a current revenue source for fixing streets. Don't spend time or money looking for another revenue source. Measure Q helps support fire, police, street, pothole repair, and storm drains. In looking at the budget information on your website, I see that the average annual revenue for Measure Q is $811,000. Of that, $400,000 annually average have been spent on streets. This is in addition to any general fund that's being used for this. If funding for street repair is a city priority and you need more money for it, I came up with a couple of options. Short term, temporarily reallocate existing revenue. From the December Measure Q meeting minutes, it says, quote, members discussed notifying department heads of the unallocated surplus and suggested they request the use of the money. Item D1 on tonight's agenda is the use of Measure Q money to pay for unfunded mandates, something that was not clearly indicated as authorized for Measure Q funds. Both of these indicate to me that there are additional Measure Q funds that can be added to street repair. Long term, I suggest that you adopt city policies that will help all businesses increase their sales tax revenue, thus increasing the current revenue stream for repairing streets. Don't look for the citizens to fund another revenue stream to fix city streets. We already did. Use it wisely. My other topic is the proposed Citizens Finance Committee. My question to you is, what problem are you trying to solve? You said there are no issues with the current staff managing the budget. Budget management for the city currently happens at many levels. At each department, with the admin services director, with the city manager, and finally with the city council, each being held responsible and accountable at different levels. You need to have qualified professional employees and let them do their jobs. Adding an unnecessary citizens committee will add to their workload and add time to many processes, all for no clear reason.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council and staff. My name is Valerie Seymour, and I am a hotelier down on the waterfront. And I see the traffic patterns all the time, and I particularly was shocked with the Valentine's weekend and how crowded it was. And I see that every summer we're getting busier and busier, and all that money we're collecting from all the tourists for hotel rooms. Okay, we're bringing them all in. They're all coming here, but are we really taking care of them? It's kind of ridiculous what the traffic patterns are down there, and I think something really needs to be done. I congratulate you on the bridge over the creek. I think that's awesome, but if it doesn't work for cars to use that bridge, I think it's really pretty sad. I mean, great to have it for biking and walking, but cars need to be able to use that bridge as well. And also the corner at Embarcadero and Beach Street, it's horrible. I'd really like to see a regular thing on the weekends where you have police volunteers that stand there and help direct traffic. It's really pretty embarrassing how slow that whole area is on busy weekends. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Val.
Good evening, David Nelson. I'd like to say hi to our new board members. I haven't been here in a bit, taking a little sabbatical, but it's great to see this group of people. I've lived here half my life. The first time I've ever voted for all five of you. I'm looking for good things, you know. And I read the newspaper. Neil Farrell reported that, you know, we're still kind of leaning toward the type of plant that Los Osos has. And I certainly hope that with these great minds up here, we can do better than that, because that's old technology. We need something better. You know, if we do it right, we don't even have a solar aspect on what's being planned yet. I mean, to me, that's like a no-brainer. I mean, it's an energy hog. If we develop our water, it takes a lot of energy. It's going to be in a really good sun belt. So I hope we start looking in these directions. So I'm looking forward to a lot from the council, and we have certainly a lot to do. And all this effort that we're making to entice more people here, you know, to me, we need some real road signs. We need a sign that shows on Highway 41, Yosemite's out there, Mariposa grows right at the end of Highway 41. We need Morro Bay to Monterey on Highway 1. We have to be that place where people stop to get ready to go someplace else too. And, to see that you can get to Yosemite from Morro Bay is pretty cool. I mean, the first time I did it, I was amazed that I could leave my house, take a left turn, and be at Yosemite. That's pretty cool. And the same with Highway 1. I take a right, and I can be in Big Sur in no time. We need these signs. People know it, obviously, but most people don't know you can go to Yosemite that way. So little things you can throw out there for no money. Also, I just wanted to, I don't know if you had a chance, I know you were in a meeting, but a late report from the Tribune said that the power plant was taken off the market, so you might hit your handheld devices and go to the website to see that. They just posted it. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And we see no more requests for public comment. I'll close public comment and bring it back to council for comments. Dave, did you have any comments on some of the business license
Sure, if I could, just to address a couple of the comments made. I hope there's still some artists in the room as well. So I'll start with the good news. I think it's great news, and it's no change. So there is clearly, I think, a misunderstanding of the requirement for business licenses, especially for the Morro Bay Art Association community. And so and I'll be sending tomorrow a fairly lengthy explanation email to that community to make sure that all of them get the word in case any aren't here now. But so there is a difference, and several of the speakers noted that if I'm simply hanging a piece of art on the wall of the Art Association and I'm not in business as a professional artist other places, isn't that different? I'll say it's not different because the Art Association is a nonprofit, and it's not different because the Art Association is community focused. Those don't make differences. What makes a difference, though, is if you're in business or not. So it's a business license, and there are some clear indicators of doing business. Again, I'll send out some clearer thoughts on this tomorrow, but I think it's worth addressing just for a moment. Governments all the time have to make judgment calls on what laws they enforce. So if you've ever gone 56 and a 55, you know that governments choose what laws they're going to enforce. There are and so if you go 90 and a 55, you've probably been enforced on. If you've gone 57 and a 55, then likely your government has chosen not to enforce the letter of the law. And so there are some clear indicators of being in business for an artist. Do you have a State of California Bureau of Equalization seller's permit or tax account? If so, then you're representing to the state that you are a business. That's an indicator of doing business. Another indicator of doing business is if you rent space in one or more other galleries for the purpose of selling your art to make a profit. That's another very clear and obvious indicator that you're in business. A third would be if you have an internet presence, you have an internet store, and you are advertising your art for sale in that internet store with a PayPal link, then you are clearly in business, or at least you are raising the indicators that you are in business. The city is not, we're not actively out at all going through a consignment gallery trying to identify who consigned a single piece of art, especially in something like the Morro Bay Art Association. And so that's probably the equivalent of going 57 and a 55. If you're hanging something up for sale, it starts to look like a business. But if you've got an internet store, you've got you're representing yourself to the state as a business with a Board of Equalization's permit, and or you have an, I think it said internet store, you rent space in a gallery. Those are different and increasing signs of doing business. So to answer the general question of hey, if I'm just in the Art Association and I'm essentially hanging up a painting a month, then we could probably talk about technically whether you are in business or not, but you know what? The city does not have the capacity or the interest to seek that out. So I hope that's sort of helpful. One other thing, the comment was made that the low revenue exemption is based on sales of that business in Morro Bay. It is not based on income, as was stated from the podium. So I forget what the example was. It was another city. In Morro Bay, if your gross proceeds from selling art in Morro Bay is $11,999 or lower, then you're eligible for the low-income business license, even if you're a full-fledged business, renting space and doing all sorts of other things. So that is not an income number. That is a gross proceeds from that business number. And you look at your Schedule C of your federal tax return to figure out what that gross proceeds number is. On the real estate issue, there is certainly a lot of discussion out there. I want to correct a couple of things that were said. No business license fees are going to Mr. Maruska. Zero. Mr. Maruska was hired by the city to perform a service on a fixed price contract, and the business license has nothing to do with what he is doing for our city. And I'm very thankful for what he's doing for our city. Second is the statement that no contact has been made with any associations is incorrect. A week ago today, I personally emailed the 4 or 5 local realtor associations. Yes, it is true. Excuse me. And the fact that there is significant energy here in this room tonight is a clear indicator that we've reached out to those associations to make sure that that we got the news out. And the news that we were trying to get out was that the council in October established a limited time amnesty, and we've been working hard to get that information out to the community, to the broad community, to be able to take advantage of that limited time amnesty from penalties. There have been articles in the Tribune, in the Bay News, and the New Times, thank you. There have been multiple articles in those newspapers. There have been multiple public forums in this room. A notice was sent to all 5,455 water bills in Morro Bay. It's been on our website, on our Facebook page. We've used significant opportunities to reach out to everybody around, and I am thankful that with 3 weeks actually left until the amnesty expires, that we have reached out to yet another group that maybe we missed. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Dave. Thanks for all the work. And to echo some of your comments, there has been a lot of outreach on the business amnesty, and though the communications are out there, I think you spoke well that we've reached out to a couple more. We've got 3 more weeks left, and we'll start working on that. Any other comments from council? Christine? I think I should go to Christine first.
I just had a few to respond to a few other public comments.
Yep.
Okay. I was just going to ask Mr. Livick, these are both in your wheelhouse. I just wanted to clarify, and maybe you could help me do that with Mr. Nelson's comments about WRF technology. I think he mentioned reading something in the paper, but could you just clarify that we have not made any technology decisions, and we certainly are on task to look at sustainability and to efficiencies based on things like solar? Could you just speak to that briefly?
That is correct. That is correct. We are probably a couple weeks away from issuing a RFP for the facilities master plan. In the RFP, we're going to ask for technology to be discussed in there. Council goals are for energy sustainability as one of their goal statements, so that will be included in that RFP. Perhaps where the confusion is in preliminary studies, we needed to compare apples to apples for costs. When we are evaluating the CMC option to the Rancho Colina option, we looked at a mirror plant that CMC has on that site, so we could look at what it would cost to replicate that plant. So there may have been confusion that we don't plan on replicating the CMC plant on the Rancho Colina site.
Okay, thanks very much. And then the other thing, Ms. Howe's comments about the reconstruction of all of our city streets and the use of Measure Q funds. Just wanted you to just remind us again when we were looking at that. I'm not sure that she was referencing our goal about that, but certainly that is one of our city goals, is to investigate some kind of measure to raise revenue so that we can reconstruct our streets. Just wanted to ask you to talk about the cost estimates that we've received about reconstruction and how our Measure Q funds might not be meeting the need of the reconstruction of all of our streets.
Dave's gonna.
Yeah, I'll take that one on. So I think that was referencing the objective under one of our goals of infrastructure in order to consider a ballot measure similar to the Measure Q ballot measure to raise additional revenue to secure funding to repair all of our streets, or as much as possible in a short period, 5 years. The Measure Q Oversight Committee has done a tremendous job. They're doing great work ensuring that our Measure Q funds are spent in accordance with the information that was put out during that ballot measure. There is a item tonight that we're going to discuss that has some level of friction, but overall, every single penny of Measure Q funds have been spent in accordance with Measure Q on public safety, police and fire, streets, and stormwater. There is now whether that's been spent because of an unfunded mandate, you're going to discuss tonight. But perhaps going more to the question that was raised is we've got plenty of money in Measure Q in order to fix our streets. That is actually not true. It's not close to true. Measure Q generates, in rough terms, about $1 million a year. We spend about half of that on fire and police, and we spend the other half, about $500,000 a year, on roads. Based on the condition of our roads, and primarily on the way that many of our streets were built, with a little bit of crushed rock and then about 1/8 of an inch of asphalt over that, $500,000 a year is not enough even to sustain our roads in their current condition. So, like it or not, said another way, that $500,000 a year is keeping the deck chairs on the Titanic painted as the Titanic slips under the water. So I completely agree that we should be looking everywhere that we can for revenue in order to focus on our streets. And we will continue to do that, and we'll all do that together in the budget process in the next 3 months. But I don't want to speculate. Well, we calculate it'll take about $32 million in order to repair or essentially replace all of our streets in a 5-year period. That's $64 million worth of Measure Q funds at the current rate.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for responding. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Matt. I just will follow up one more thing on the Measure Q and the streets as far as the goal to come back for the initiative. That was driven by the Street Summit. That was driven by the community at a public workshop called the Street Summit from Public Works Advisory Board. It gained a lot of momentum, and that's where it came from, and it continued to get input and support for that. So the goal isn't arbitrary, and I know, thanks Dave for speaking to some of the statistics, and Rob as well, but certainly there was quite a bit of support from our community that came out at our Street Summit to go in some direction for an initiative to pave our streets. John? Noah?
Yes, just briefly, I'd refer anyone who's interested in learning more about the whole street conversation, which has been going on and been really focused for the last couple of years, to our pavement management plan, which has all of these different issues laid out, including looking at each street, including your own probably, looking at the condition, assessing what condition it's in, how much it would take to get it to the pavement management index that's considered okay, and that'd be our goal. So that's a great place to start if someone's interested. I'm not planning on pulling anything on the consent, but also if someone is interested, we do have some really strong goals this year for streets as well as traffic flow, parking, and overall some of the things that Ms. Seymour was talking about tonight. So I think if you do look at those, you'll see that we're definitely recognizing a need there, and we're going to be working hard on some of those things this upcoming year.
Thanks. And with that, we'll move on to the consent agenda. And the consent agenda, I didn't get any speaker slips for public comment for the consent agenda. Any comments for consent agenda out there? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council. And any items to be pulled from the consent agenda to my left, Christine or Matt? Okay. John or no? None? Seeing none, I'll take a motion to approve all items on the consent agenda.
So moved.
We have a motion by Mr. Heading and a second by Mr. Smuckler. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Aye. Okay. All 5 ayes. Okay. Opposed? None. Motion carries. That concludes our consent agenda, and we'll move on to our first item of business. Let's take the status of the Morro Bay Power Plant, item C1, and then perhaps after that we can just take a short recess and regroup and then get on to new business. So item C1 is status and update on the Morro Bay Power Plant and potential direction. Mr. Buckingham.
Great. As I get organized here, I want to say thank you for approving our goals and objectives on the consent agenda. That's it was great work over 2 study sessions and a council meeting, and now the real work starts, staff. So, I'm excited about where we are headed. Get my electronic set here. Okay, so the purpose of this. Really, it's an information brief to provide the City Council and frankly, as important or more important, the general public, a brief update on the status of the Morro Bay Power Plant, the associated property, and the current situation, really the future influences on the power plant. This was requested by you, the council, in a previous discussion where we really said, it's time to just have a information briefing for all of us. For our residents, for you, for the staff, for the general public, or the broader public, so to sort of level the bubbles so everybody understands what's what with the power plant, both in terms of real property transfers in the recent past and going into the future. So part 1 of this is what's the property status now, ground, and then part 2 is influences on the future, excuse me, what's coming up. So a little bit of background. The Morro Bay Power Plant has changed ownership a number of times in recent years, from PG&E to Duke Energy to the current owner, Dynegy. In those years, some of the property was retained by PG&E before it was ever sold to Duke. Some of the property has been ceded to the city of Morro Bay. Some of the property, and this is one important thing that we wanted to sort of get out, was under consideration for transfer to the city, but it was not transferred. So that was property that there was a consideration in lieu of a $500,000 payment, approximate payment, that perhaps there would be a property transfer, and I'm not sure the public ever sort of heard the result of that. So some property was under consideration for transfer, but was not transferred. And then most of the property is currently owned by Dynegy, which is a Delaware corporation. So part 1 of this presentation is to clarify the status of the major parcels of the property. Okay, so here we go, about 5 pictures on this. So what you see, you can see the stacks there in the middle, and the red outline is what we refer to now as the triangle lot, or the triangle parking lot. The triangle parking lot is 2.5. It is now City of Morro Bay property. Should make that clear. So that piece of property, which used to belong to Dynegy, now belongs to your city. That is about 2.5 acres. It's zoned coastal, dependent industrial. It has been deeded to the city, as I said. Its long-term future is really to be determined based on the general plan and the local coastal plan. Our short-term plan is to make it a free parking lot serving the Embarcadero, the Rock, and the new pedestrian bridge area. I'm going to sort of focus in on that. So that's where it sits. It's essentially across from the GAF and next to Frankie and Lola's there down at the end of that parking lot. So there's a blow up of it. Again, our really temporary plan until we have a long-term plan as we go through the local coastal plan, general plan update, is to make it a free parking lot. To do that, we intend to remove the top 2/3 of the existing wall. So if you've been by there, there's about probably a 9 or a 10-foot wall that blocks that parking lot from the street. So, and you can clearly see sort of a ledge at about the 3-foot level. We intend to take it down to that 3-foot level to increase visibility, frankly, for safety and for visibility. So people will feel comfortable. First, they'll know there's a parking lot there, and then they'll feel comfortable parking there. We tend to do this cheaply and in a temporary fashion, sort of beach-like parking with perhaps old pilings, ropes, and we don't intend to pave it. We don't want to spend any money. Well, we don't want to spend any significant amount of money paving or taking major actions. But we think we can turn it into a pretty good beachfront temporary parking lot without significant expense, and that'll be likely 100+ spaces that will serve that part of the city. We will need some access controls. You'll note some of the highlights there. There's an exit on the bottom left from that parking lot, and then which hits the Embarcadero, and on the bottom right in the picture, there's an exit from the existing parking lot. It's unsafe to have both of those exits from parking lots within about 20 feet of each other right there. We wouldn't have designed it that way if it had been one thing. So we're going to have to figure out what we do with that in the short term. We may want ask to spend a little bit of money to block one off or take appropriate action so we don't create a safety hazard there with accesses to 2 parking lots in the same area. I think we have labeled on there and the potential future site of the Maritime Museum. That dotted line should really be about 3 times as big as it is. We see the future Maritime Museum going somewhere in that zone, but likely pushed farther back from the road. But so that's the triangle lot. It's great news, frankly. The city now owns this, and as we consider improvements to traffic on the Embarcadero, as we consider improvements or changes to parking on the Embarcadero, as we heard during public comment, then this is, as designed, at least 100 spaces, and if we spent more money to make it clear, maybe 150 or 200 parking spaces, that will be really helpful, not only as free parking for everyday things, but when we have big events, we have a triathlon, we have the Rock to Pier parking that will take an area that will take some of that heavy overflow parking. Okay, so that's the triangle lot. That belongs to the city of Morro Bay. This area is the area that was considered for transfer in lieu of the $525,000 final payment from Dynegy, but it was not transferred. So this area is Lila Kaiser Park. That's the red hashed part there. And then it is much of the green space along Morro Creek. For various reasons, we did not come to any land in lieu of cash agreement, and so these parcels therefore remain Dynegy property. They are Dynegy property now, and it is highly unlikely that Dynegy would split this property off from the power plant, from the main power plant, and sell or do anything with this property separate from the power plant. Yes. Thank you. I think it's the red button, but it's not going to show.
Just for clarification, and I apologize for not having ensured that this information was in the staff report, this area right here is actually something that the city has an easement on from Dynegy, and that's an easement where the gear storage area is, and that easement is in perpetuity. The only way the city could lose that easement is if Dynegy somehow got a project approved by the city that required them to need that property.
Good, thank you. Thank you, Joe. Okay, so Lila Kaiser Park, let me just touch on that. Lila Kaiser Park is under lease by the city from Dynegy. It is a 10-year lease. We're in the early years of that. It's extendable by 10 years, just as it is. It's like a $1 a year. It's a thank you very much lease. But so it is currently under lease, and the only point I would make is that lease could be terminated by Dynegy or by another owner if redevelopment of the main if redevelopment of the property was essential to having that park. But that said, one of the reasons that none of the land transfer went through is we think it's unlikely that Dynegy would, or even a future owner, unlikely, not for sure, but unlikely that they would sort of take away the city's park. We think they'll likely continue to be gracious and let us lease that. Okay, the next category is Dynegy property. So this is the main Dynegy facility, and it remains Dynegy property. This includes the main plant there, which is the big part in red, of course. It includes the intake building, which is the what is that? A square-ish shape to the bottom left. And then it also includes, and this is important, this square here, that is Dynegy property. It is the parking lot essentially between the Great American Fish Company and the Harbor Hut. It's really currently used under an informal agreement. There's not a lease or anything, but it is effectively a city parking lot, but it is technically Dynegy property. And then the last sort of category, excuse me, to look at, excuse me, this is PG&E property. You'll recall I said at the very beginning that when PGE sold to Duke Energy, PGE retained some property. That's what they retained, and it is a very important point for all of us to understand. So we commonly refer to the western portion, or the bottom portion, as the switch yard. That's where all of the electrical transformers and wires are. That is owned and operated by PG&E, as is the property on the top of the picture, which is on the east side of Highway 1. So that is all PG&E property. It's not Dynegy property. This property is actively used by PG&E and will remain so long into the future. Power that is generated in the Central Valley, it actually comes from the Central Valley into this switch yard here, and then it is distributed from that switch yard to users all around the Central Coast. So most of the power that goes into the other cities in SLO County and our city gets distributed from this switch yard. This property is not for sale. It was not for sale when the power plant was for sale, and it is unlikely that it will be sold at any time in the near future. So as we look around and drive around and think about the power plant, we shouldn't get excited at any of that property, certainly not the switchyard property that is central to PG&E's electric distribution operations in the region. Okay, so in summary on the sort of part one, which was property focused, the triangle lot now is now city property, and at least temporarily it will become a free parking lot. The PG&E property is here to stay. I tried to make that point as clearly as I could. And the rest of the property, nearly 100 acres, is no longer producing energy and will likely be sold by Dynegy at some point in the future. Okay, so the power plant no longer producing electricity, and we'll get to some of the details of that in a moment here. But so that's the status of the land and of the property, and we don't expect that to change at all until somebody purchases the power plant, perhaps, and does something with it. Okay, so part two is sort of what's the future, what are the possible futures, and what are the influences on that future. The Morro Bay Power Plant and the power plants at Moss Landing and in Oakland are currently owned by Dynegy. So it is not just our power plant, but it's Moss Landing and it's Oakland. Dynegy is apparently planning to make a complete break from business in California, and all three of those properties were up for sale. The Morro Bay Power Plant is private property. It's owned by a private corporation. So we'll get into the sale status. Actually, I'll do that right now. Somebody at public comment actually made the comment that's accurate. The PG&E, or excuse me, Dynegy's quarterly report was released this morning. In that, they announced that they had essentially established a sale period, and they had an end date on that period to encourage people to bring offers in a timely manner. Dynegy received no offers to purchase their property no offers they considered accepting by the end of that sale period. And so they essentially said, okay, the sale period's off. I don't believe that means that Dynegy is no longer interested in selling. It's just that they had a time certain for which they were accepting offers, and that time certain has ended. I will say this is sort of speculation, but it is likely that were somebody to bring Dynegy an offer, especially for the Morro Bay Power Plant, which is not producing any income for Dynegy and costs them money to maintain as it is, then they would likely entertain offers to purchase the property. So that's sort of the parenthetical pause, and that's the current status is, yes, it's technically off the market, but likely a suitable offer would certainly be considered by Dynegy, especially for the Morro Bay plant. So continuing on, the city, while we maintain a certain level of influence over the eventual use of the property, we have influence, we don't have control. And that goes back to the last point in the first bullet. It's because it's private property. It's not our property. We can't dictate what happens with it, but we do have some influence. So the second sort of half of this report is to clarify what those major levers of influence are, what levers of influence are open to the city, and to identify some of the major restrictions and the limitations affecting future development. Okay, so first we'll just talk about ownership. The power plant is owned by Dynegy. We've made that point very clearly. It's private property owned by a public corporation. The city of Morro Bay has no controlling interest and, in fact, really little influence on the company and thus on the corporation's plans for the future. We do have some influence on the property and the zoning of it, but we don't have influence. We can't tell the company to sell it, to redevelop it, to do anything. But should somebody want to redevelop it, then we have some influence on that. And that is called land use control. So that's the primary influence that we do have going into the future. So let's speak about land use for a moment. The Morro Bay Power Plant is currently zoned coastal dependent industrial. One of our authorities over it is land use, which is essentially zoning. So we do have some influence over future development. That is, if somebody were to want to redevelop, then we have some zoning influence. So, for example, if somebody wanted to rezone the property from commercial or to commercial and build a giant outlet mall, they would have to come to the council to get a rezoning approved, and the council could then choose whether to say yes or no to rezoning. So that's the kind of influence that we do have. It's especially important influence in the case of redevelopment or rezoning. This council will have a vote over what the future zoning of that land is. Also getting a vote, as always in Morro Bay is the California Coastal Commission. So, so there is sort of a further. We just need to be aware of that. That can be good. That can be bad. But any future development not only sort of has to make it through this city council for rezoning, it also would have to make it through the Coastal Commission. So we have really effective control over redevelopment, but our control, we don't have much control right now over what Dynegy does with the property. That said, if anybody were to be seriously interested in purchasing the property for redevelopment, it is almost certain they would come talk to the city first, because nobody's going to want to buy the property as it is, hoping to be able to redevelop it for purpose X without talking to you first and seeing if you're interested in rezoning it and using it for that purpose. Okay, that brings us to what's called economically viable use. If I stumble over this, I'll turn to the lawyer on my left. California law does require that when a property is rezoned, if you choose to rezone a property, it must retain economically viable use for the property owner. That means you cannot take a zoning action that leaves the property owner with no economic viability. So, for example, if Dynegy sold the power plant, we couldn't just you couldn't rezone that open space public park because the buyer, the purchaser, would have no economically viable way to it would not be economically viable for them. So, put differently, whatever redevelopment is allowed through the land use entitlement process, it would have to be something that provided the developer sufficient economic benefit for that redevelopment. And parenthetically, that is a large site with a whole lot of tear down and environmental cleanup to be done. And so whatever happens there, which is going to require some pretty decent business case for somebody that's going to be able to do something economically profitable at that case. So the economic viable use is an important thing for us to remember, that if we just wanted it to be a park, it would likely look like that, a power plant unused for generations, because there's probably no economically viable path to having a nice big park there. So if something happens, it will likely have to be something that could give a purchaser some business case to actually purchase it, tear down the power plant, clean up any environmental issues, and then redevelop it. Okay, just in case it sounded easy so far, there is also a deed restriction on the property. So we should all be aware that when PG&E sold the property to Duke Energy, PG&E put a deed restriction on the property that said it may not be used for healthcare facilities, hotels, schools, daycare centers for children, parks, or recreational uses. Now, why did they do that? Likely to limit their potential liability. So they think there's probably some sort of environmental concerns there, and so they put in a deed restriction that said, we don't want there to be a school or a hospital or a park or a hotel. You can have a power plant there, but not those other things. It is possible, it's perhaps likely, that a new buyer could indemnify PG&E to take all the responsibility off of PG&E and get that deed restriction lifted. But it's just another hurdle to redevelopment. It's something for us to be aware of. And it would have to be, as I said, it's another hurdle to be jumped over in the redevelopment process. Okay, lots of talk about, hey, we can get the thing for $1. If you've got $1 and you want it, you've got a couple more bills coming. That's probably the quick thought on this. So there is a clause in the current deed that states that our city, the city of Morro Bay, may purchase the entire power plant for $1, essentially at 20 years after power generation ceases. And there's some calculations in there. having to do with kilowatts and all sorts of other watts. The actual language revolves around a calculation that says 15 years after the end of a 5-year period in which a certain amount of energy is not produced, then the city has an option to buy it as is for $1. The time period for that 20 years likely started last September of 2000. Well, 2 Septembers ago now, 2013, and so sometime around the year 2033. If nothing else changes, the city will have the opportunity to buy the power plant as it is for $1. That said, the cost to tear it down and to clean it up is extremely high. I am hopeful that our local economic action plan will put us in position to have $100 million to redevelop the site in 2033, but not that hopeful. Yeah, please, Joe.
Just to add to that, the thing that's significant in the city's favor, at least in my opinion, is this provision, however, does keep the city at the table, because anyone who wants to buy the property, if they were to clean it up, you could still buy it for that $1 in the year 2033. So they would want to make sure that you relinquished your right to that opportunity to buy it, which is some value that you could then use in part of the negotiation.
Great, thank you. And then finally, there's no requirement, though, for the city to buy it, which is frankly really good, because it's probably a $50+ million cleanup job. Yeah, probably $50+ million cleanup job. So that is in the deed, but there is no requirement for us to exercise that clause. So future use, the city. Elected officials and staff have been involved in some very, very broad consultation with potential developers and buyers frankly, over many years. And those have been all very broad, sort of what would you think if sort of things. None of them have ever come probably not even what would you think if, but wouldn't it be great if sort of discussions. None of those have come anywhere close to fruition. But the city has been, is, and remains actively engaged in reaching out to potential developers who might have a plan and partner with the city to do something with the site that would be a positive for all of us. None of those folks have yet found a business case that resulted in their purchase of the property, obviously, and it was for sale for the last 2 months, and nobody found a business case in the last 2 months when it was sort of literally on the, had a for sale sign. So this is not an easy nut to crack. The city remains engaged, reaching out. We have a special interest in appropriate redevelopment. I don't think anybody wants to see, I won't even speculate, nobody wants to see a casino. But we do have an interest in appropriate redevelopment because something appropriate would likely be better than what's there right now, both from an aesthetic standpoint and from a tax-based standpoint, and from a health and beauty standpoint. Okay. So the conclusion is the power plant as it currently stands is and may remain a significant presence in Morro Bay for a long time into the future. A small portion of the property has been transferred to the city, and that's the Triangle parking lot, and the city has received our final payments from Dynegy. So everything is essentially done. As far as payments and transfers, the city does receive a $40,000 annual fire service payment for us to maintain fire coverage for Dynegy on the property. As I said, no other major property or financial transfers are anticipated in the near future or the medium future unless or until Dynegy sells the power plant. And the PG&E switchyard will likely remain in place and operational for generations. And then that's sort of the first half. And then the second half, while our land use authority provides measurable influence over future use, the power plant as it stands remains private property, and we can't dictate what happens to it tomorrow. We can be a partner, but we're frankly more in the passenger seat than we're in the driver's seat. We are actively partnering and want to partner, but we're sort of a backseat driver, not the one with the wheel in the hand. And then that's, of course, unless we had $100 million or so handy to buy the facility and to perform a major environmental cleanup project and do with it whatever we would like then. I hope we're there someday. So it concludes the presentation. And Mr. Mayor, actually, Joe, any clarifications? Good. Past my bar. I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you for that extensive report, and I think it's been long waited for by many. So with that, are there any questions from council? I will look towards Christine. Ladies first.
Oh, thank you very much. Great. I think that's very exciting to respond to the community and actually to all the council members too. This is information that we're seeing in many cases for the first time as well, other than some things that were negotiated that you found out about in the staff report but didn't come to fruition on some of the property. We really haven't had a chance to talk openly about the plant since it's closed, and that's almost exactly 1 year to today. So it did take a while to negotiate, but that's all closed. Question, how do the efforts to rezone the property interact with the deed restriction that PG&E has placed on the property? For in other words, why wait to change the zoning if we just decided to go ahead and do that? What kind of discussion or what kind of impact would that have on that deed restriction?
The city has the authority to, on its own, rezone property. And if you have a desire to start a process to rezone that property, you can do that. The thing we need to remember is what Dave talked about, which is we need to make sure that there's the rezoning that we place on it would allow an economically viable use for the property owner to still have of that property.
Okay, so there isn't anything stopping us from reaching out to the Coastal Commission tomorrow to start talking to them about, hey, we've got this power plant and you guys know it's there and we do too. We don't know what's going to happen, but what are some baseline development you would permit?
With the understanding that the Coastal Commission also has to understand that the economically viable use is important, and they sometimes forget that.
I've never heard that before. Okay, thank you. Actually, that was my big question for now. A lot of things to talk about later, but I'll pass that along to my colleagues. Thanks.
Thank you. Matt?
Yeah, I have one question or two questions, and then I appreciate all the work that went into this. I like the way that you present both sides, the clarity and whatnot. It really kind of presents the case, if there's any questions out in the community, what's going on with that property, that lays it out. My first question is Lila Kaiser, it's a 10-year lease. Knowing that the property could be sold, so it is a risk that we could go forward and lose Lila Kaiser?
In my estimation, not really. The 10 years always renews, so it's always a 10-year lease. And the only way that that lease can be terminated is if, in essence, the city approves some project that requires that park to no longer be a park. So the likelihood of, in my humble opinion, the likelihood of whoever that owner is coming in to get a city approval and say, and by the way, when you approve this, you're going to lose your park, that's not quite likely.
And so likewise, then it becomes kind of a wait-and-see concept, especially looking at that Lila Kaiser and on the other side of the Morrow Creek property, in case it ever came up again with a possible owner to say, because that would be in terms of open space in the that would be down the road to bargain with a future owner possibly.
As I see it, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
John?
No questions, but I will wait for discussion.
Sure, that sounds great.
Thank you.
No? Same? Okay. Just have one quick question on the property that was purchased for the bike pedestrian bridge project. There was a sliver that was negotiated early on. It says on the map that it's an easement, but prior to you coming on, Mr. Pannoni, there were some negotiations with that. So can you clarify easement versus purchase of that property there?
Rob.
It was a right-of-way dedication,
Right.
so they dedicated right-of-way to the city. Right-of-way is, in effect, an easement for the public to use for
Okay.
transportation purposes.
Got it. Perfect, thanks. And with no more questions, I'll open it up for public comment. And we do have speaker slips for this. So David Nelson for public comment, please come forward.
Hi, David Nelson, citizen Morro Bay. I am no longer a board member on Cape, so I speak for myself on this as an educated citizen. I'm a little concerned because right now the EPA is on that site. There are 17 spots of interest that they're investigating for serious pollution. With the PG&E's deed restrictions on that land, it's no wonder they're not going to be able to sell this. This is going to put the city in a really bad position as we go forward. We have a power plant with a stack that's wide open in 4 holes that is the largest standing pollution in the county. That is polluted. Just because they don't want their iron around it, it still should be sealed. I personally put a official complaint in with the EPA about that. Nobody's doing testing. My complaint means nothing without the city standing up and saying, we need this cleaned up. You know, we do have options. We need to be proactive in cleaning this up. If I at my house dumped a big barrel of pollution in my backyard, you guys would be all over me to get it cleaned up, and you'd be monitoring it. This is a serious thing. It's in our city, and it's set up to fail. There's no way that anybody's going to pay the kind of money that Dynegy is obviously asking for this property with the deed restriction that restricts hotels, anything that's economically viable. And there's pollution there, and our city needs to be proactive in watching. I'm not saying we can take any real action other than we should be working with EPA and we should be working with the state. And we should get those holes plugged up over there. Nobody's doing soil testing to see what's coming out of those stacks. When it was discussed about taking those down, that's why they don't implode them, because there's so much pollution there, they can't even recycle the cement. I mean, really. I mean, it would have been a big recycling program to take down those 3 stacks and recycle it and fix our roads with the recycled. But you can't because it's polluted. It's toxic. It has to be hauled away. We can't sit here and let these guys just, play us and keep stalling and saying, we're going to sell it and all this. We need to be more proactive and put some pressure on the environmental offices that have huge business pressure on them. This is our health and safety. This is all of us. This isn't just me whining about this. This is facts. It's all documented. Everybody should know about it, and especially the people in this room. And I didn't hear one word in there about us monitoring what's going on over there. There's 17 sites of concern. This is serious. Our wells sit underneath that power plant. There's a study done by Duke on the water situation there. There's man-made material in that well that shouldn't be there, but nobody ever questioned where it came from. It's under the ground.
David.
That's where it came from. That is a polluted area. We need to get hot on
I'm
this.
going to have to ask you to conclude. Thank you. Bob Dorr? Barbara? Barbara Dorr. Barbara Dorr, and then Bob Dorr.
Okay, good evening all. Nice to see you there. Don't have time for niceness, but I'm here to say you are in control. You are behind the driver's seat. You're not just in the passenger seat, and you don't just have influence, you have control. And I'm going to just skibble out of it and go. In contrast, I felt that the staff report downplayed the city's zoning power as if it's not to be used on this private property. The staff report defines the city's role in the future development of the power plant site as, quote, we have influence, but not control. the city has some influence over future development. And finally, we are more a passenger in the seat than in the driver's seat. We're not. We're the drivers. And you can zone that property. You can call Coastal Commission tomorrow. In contrast, and based on state law and legal interpretation, zoning is the city's strongest tool or lever to shape future power plant site redevelopment. According to state land use planning law by Dan Curtin, the legal basis for land use and planning regulations is the police power of the cities to protect the public health, safety, and welfare of its residents. According to the California Government Code 65,000, zoning, quote, zoning is adopted by ordinance and carries the weight of local law. Land may be put only to those uses allowed by the applicable zoning classification. For example, if a commercial zone does not allow 5-story office buildings, then no such building could be built on the lands which have been assigned that zone, close quote. In 1985, the California Supreme Court stated, the police power of a county or city under this provision is as broad as the police power exercisable by the legislature itself. The U.S. Supreme Court, the police power is not confined to elimination of filth, stench, and unhealthy places. That would be elimination of the power plant. It is ample to lay out the zones where families' values, youth values, and the blessings of quiet, seclusion, and clean air make the area a sanctuary for people. And don't wait till some developer wants to come in. And I got an email tonight from a former council member in Redondo Beach. Next week they're having an election. PG&E and AES have spent $750,000 to influence that election to rezone the power plant site in Redondo Beach. Don't let that happen to us. Be proactive. Do something now. You know, you got your grant funds. You talk about that the city has decided to rezone the sewer treatment plant site to commercial recreation, visitor serving. Do that for the power plant site. And you can have a plan development. You can show what areas are the Isha and the all. Make sure it's in there. Your grant barely, it doesn't even say those words power plant in it. Close.
Okay, Bob's up next. Yeah. You're up now, Bob. Come on.
Hi, Bob Doerr. Greetings, Mayor and Council and staff. I was pretty impressed with the thing. I shouldn't say that right, but no, the report is pretty good, but there are some questions, and Barbara's making some statements here that I think you should look into. And under Section 2, it says land use current zoning M2 PD1 or PDI, coastal development industry. Much reference is made to the updating the LCP. That we all know you have to do, right? That should be part of it. What are you going to do with this power plant property? And also Section 3, economically viable use. Well, I don't think anybody would really want to just say make it an open space. This is true. People, citizens of Morro Bay, want to support an economic development for the site and thereby increase economic viability for the city as a whole. So I think the economic viability probably shouldn't even be an issue there. The deed restriction. Okay, suggests that investigate the legality of PG&E's actions to avoid hazardous material contamination cleanup of the large part of Morro Bay by merely prohibiting certain uses. Possibly with the new makeup of the PUC, it will be willing to better scrutinize PG&E's actions to avoid contamination cleanup. Like Dave mentioned, the EPA is involved. They should be involved. The Department of Toxic Substance Control should be involved. And future use, it's up to you guys to get input, decide what is the special interest and appropriate redevelopment for this site. As stated in the report, let's find out what the appropriate developments in public use should be. That's about all I got to say.
Thanks, Bob.
There's some questions on the bottom, too, though.
All right.
I want to look at those, okay?
Thanks, Bob. You did great.
Thanks for bringing it up, Tommy.
All right. Eric Nelson, next.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Eric Nelson. I'm a resident of Los Osos, but I'm really speaking tonight representing Pacific Wildlife Care, or PWC, and its board of directors. PwC is very interested in working jointly with the City of Morro Bay to help maintain our existing wildlife rehabilitation center, which happens to be located on the Morro Bay Power Plant property. It's on the Dynegy private property portion of it. By way of introduction, Meg Crockett talked a little bit about it. We're a volunteer organization. Our mission is to support San Luis Obispo County wildlife through rehabilitation and educational outreach. We're the only organization permitted to rehabilitate non-marine mammal wildlife in San Luis Obispo County. We're licensed by the California U.S. Department of Fish and Wildlife, and our rehabilitation center is also designated as a primary care facility for the Oiled Wildlife Care Network, or OWCN, in the event of an oil spill. We're the only such designated facility between Monterey and Santa Barbara. And we're also one of the few wildlife rehab organizations to have a dedicated full-time veterinarian. In 2014, we took in 2,400 animals, a large number of those being seabirds, and released a significant number of those into Morro Bay. You probably or hopefully recently saw in the news the release of a golden eagle that was cared for at our facility, including being operated on for a broken wing by our vet. That's just one of the thousands of success stories for treating and releasing injured wildlife back into nature. However, for PwC, our current lease with Dynegy for the rehab center at the Morro Bay Power Plant site currently expires in 2021. So PwC is very interested in working collaboratively with the City of Morro Bay to help solidify our future of the rehab center because of our strong desire as an organization to remain in Morro Bay. Morro Bay puts PwC in an ideal location for caring for injured wildlife, and in the case of oil spills, to fulfill our mission as part of the OWCN. It's also ideal for PwC because as a city, Morro Bay clearly recognizes the natural treasure of our wildlife. An important part of our mission is to educate our community to appreciate and respect wildlife and education that we share with them. With this goal in mind, PwC maintains a telephone hotline to help the public with wildlife issues, actively supports and participates in many community events, including the Morro Bay Winter Bird Festival, and conducts well over 100 educational outreach presentations each and every year. We're interested in working with the City of Morro Bay to expand our educational outreach, in particular to the public and the tourists who are visiting Morro Bay to experience the natural beauty and wildlife on the Central Coast. We would like to begin a dialogue with the City of Morro Bay to determine how we could collaboratively work together to help secure the future of our rehabilitation center, to expand our educational outreach capabilities, and our ability to continue to support the wildlife of San Luis Obispo County. Thank you.
Thank you. You got that right on the button there. That concluded all the speaker slips. Were there anybody else for public comment? Sorry, I mean, if there's no other public comment, I'm gonna close public comment and bring it back to council. First of all, thanks for all your public comment, all of you, and then I'll bring it back to council for discussion. Staff, Mr. Buckingham, Mr. Pannoni, thanks for all your work into this. I know that it took a lot of work. There's a lot of history going on. I'll open up with some discussion points on this as well. Obviously, for some who may or may not know, as a former employee out there, and left in early 2013. Of course, in 2014, February, the power plant closed. And so we went through all basically the history that was presented in this report. I think I've had several different calls from different people. I can speak to the Abalone Farm has contacted me as far as, hey, we'd like to talk to you about the possibilities. And myself and even Noah and I took a tour of the Abalone Farm. They were interested in, if you look up at the screen, the tank farm area. They felt it was very viable to establish Abalone Farm at that site. We visited their site. I can't remember the dates, Noah, but at that point we went ahead and visited the sites, kind of went through a tour of that, and very educational. Obviously, it takes a willing partner, and at this time, Dynegy is not the partner, so it appears. Also, part of there's another group that has been in contact kind of a managing company as far as redevelopment, but not purchaser by any means. Decatur was the name of the company, and they had experience in redeveloping a site down in San Diego, a military facility. So they expressed some interest and had some dialogue with them. Also had conversations with G-Wave. G-Wave, I think many of you know, came to the city of Morro Bay, spoke to city staff, commercial fishing organizations, council, one by one, as would be allowed, to talk about what the feasibility would be. Obviously, they made an application to FERC for that outland water areas, basically that whole lease site area. And the city council made an objection to that FERC application. Further discussions later on, part of the discussions with G-Wave was their only interest was the lease site area, not some of the nearby waters that were indicated. So if you looked at the map of the tract map that they were looking at applying, it looked as though they would be putting wave energy right in front of the harbor and in front of some fishing areas, which drew the concern of our Harbor Advisory Board and Council. As it turns out, they were just interested in securing the lease site area. Their particular areas of interest lay in the outer perimeter of those zones and really didn't have any interest in the nearby interests that were mostly concerned by our commercial fishing industry and our harbor and point of entry and exit. Let's see. Mr. Pannoni described, the negotiations we went through as far as the property negotiations. It's great to hear from the Pacific Wild Care Center their interests. I think the city should, respond to that and partner and collaborate with them to make sure that if there's any type of partnering that can be done to, ensure that that facility stays in existence and is able to be established there, that'd be very cool as well. And then I think that kind of covers most of my conversations. I think the other conversation point for council after we go through our discussions is whether or not there's interest from council in establishing a subcommittee from the council that would be kind of the point persons for contact. And I say that because as mayor, I receive all kinds of calls and interests, and there's some of those you want to share with council, and you want to be able to do that. But obviously, it requires this type of meeting to be able to convey all that information. So, I think it's beneficial to consider a subcommittee. And if myself is contact, or if there's any kind of conversations or proposals that it would allow that subcommittee to take up in the conversations, and then at some point when we come back into to discuss in particular issues like this, then of course we'd be able to do that. But those are my comments. I think the other one, if you entertain the question, I guess the question is, the EPA is on the site. Do we have any knowledge that the EPA is on the site other than Mr. Nelson saying that the EPA is on the site right now? Do we have any information on that as staff? We don't?
It is identified on the EPA's EnviroMapper website. And there's a ton of information related to testing that they've done out there and things like that. So there's a considerable amount of information on that website for the site related to, inspections and testing that's gone on over the years. Dating back quite a ways. So, specifically, I haven't looked at it in a little while, but I did look at it when they came in to pursue some demolition of some of the buildings out there. So,
and how about the Air Quality Control Board as far as the #1 stack that's open? They have been contacted, to my knowledge. Is there anything we can elaborate on that?
I've not seen anything in any of the records related to that. I don't know if anybody else has been here longer than I maybe knows. anything about that.
Yeah.
But,
Noah, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I am the city's rep on the Air Pollution Control District Board, and I have been pushing on the concerns that Mr. Nelson raised and a couple other community members about the openings in the stack, and I've raised that issue multiple times with the lead city, or APCD staff. They have been in the process of doing their final permit closure review. Unfortunately, APCD staff, in their opinion, don't see an issue with air quality. So I'm basically debating with them on whether or not there's enough of a risk there to include some sort of a requirement to either close or continually monitor the site to Dynegy or any future holder. So at this point, they don't see the need from their professional opinion for that sort of a trigger. There will be some ongoing monitoring that's required, but I'm unfortunately in this role of debating with them on why we should include something like that, and I'm going to continue doing it, but so far I haven't received the traction that I think a layman could actually pressure the scientific view that they're coming at, that, hey, this is not a problem as it currently stands. They're ready to take action if they deem a problem exists, but at this point they don't see one with those openings.
So there's no supporting scientific data?
As they see it, yes.
Okay.
But I'm going to continue pushing on that.
Okay.
So we'll see what happens.
Well, I think I should turn it over for the rest of the discussion. And since you're talking, Noah, do you want to kind of lead off from any other discussion points, and I'll conclude my talking points at this point.
Sure. And I think you did a really good job of summarizing some of the issue, and I have to say that that's the best, most comprehensive presentation I've experienced publicly on the plant, because it is a complex issue, and laying out some of the details. In some cases, I learned some things myself. So thank you for that. And I think tonight's agenda item really is doing the purpose and the intent of what we wanted it to do, which is stimulate conversation about really important future of a key spot in our town that's basically at this point at best a void, at worst an environmental hazard waiting to happen. So I think it is really important that we stay on top of this. Your idea of a subcommittee is a good one. I was also thinking along those same lines. I think you personally are in a really unique position to help, knowing your history there. I would like that too, because obviously you're going to be going back to Washington with the CMAC conference, and it strikes me that we should take advantage of that time if possible to not only reach out to the regulating offices both here in the state but also in Washington for EPA and so forth, but we have legislators that really we should call upon and challenge to help us, because ultimately that's what it's going to take, is us trying to be the catalyst to these larger bodies paying attention to what is really a national interest and has a strong potential to help more than just our community if we can find a beneficial reuse. So I think those would be the point of contact that you mentioned would be another good use for the subcommittee. The third is to really work with the community partners. We had the Pacific Wildlife Care and Marine Mammal Center here tonight. We need to try to galvanize that sort of support and speak as a unified voice to get better attention on this. And one of the items that I think is really important is G-Wave. They came forward and did these low-level community presentations. And at that time and to this day, we've called for a better community outreach effort, because they are moving forward, even though we protested what they had proposed. I'd like to really challenge them again to get back out there and provide public information and presentations to the community, because obviously they feel like they've been misunderstood. As you were saying, they don't intend to use that whole space. But I'm frankly tired of them kind of tiptoeing around in the shadows, and I'd like to publicly challenge them again to get back out here and try to review what they're trying to accomplish there. So that would be another modest action item that I think would help continue this dialogue. The last one that I think everyone should really look at that's interested in this is the New Futures effort that went into a lot of consideration of adaptive reuse of the site. Is really still an existing document that's worthwhile to look at. And then we had recently the Cal Poly Design Studio analyze the site and come up with some options as well. So I think we have a good foundation. And it'll be interesting to see how that plays into what we do when we get deeper into the general plan and local coastal plan update. And that might be something to touch base on at our joint meeting with the Planning Commission, is how exactly do we address the power plant component of that?
John?
Good summary, Noah, and I would concur with a majority of what you stated. I really appreciate the public comment, because I think what I heard very loudly was Morro Bay needs to become proactive as opposed to reactive, and gain a greater understanding of really what's going on. And if you want to really be sedated heavily without the use of medication one night, you ought to go online and you ought to read the annual report for Dynegy for 2013 and 2012. About 200 pages of document. But in there, beginning in 2012 and then again in 2013, Morro Bay is mentioned. And Morro Bay is mentioned because Morro Bay is a huge cost issue for Dynegy. And the issue is really the requirements by the state of California to lower greenhouse emissions and to decrease the carbon footprint. And as a result of that, the fee imposed upon them to continue operating was somewhere in the area of $20 to $30 million. And in their annual report, they very specifically talk about the need to divest themselves as a corporation of the 3 positions that they have in California, because they are not economically viable. In fact, they're very cold in the way they put it. In essence, get rid of it to the highest bidder and get rid of it as quickly as you possibly can. If you do further research, you find they have some requirements placed upon them by the feds to report on the condition of the land that is very expensive. And in fact, they're in the middle of, right now, trying to do the study and the homework that's necessary to make that report to the feds in order to meet that requirement. Thusly, their desire to put it on the blocks, in addition to, it's not viable to operate here in the state, and get rid of it as soon as possible. They had 4 bidders. You can. This is public information. They were all energy companies. And they were alternative energy companies. And the requirement, if you kind of have to read between the lines, was somewhere around $100 million or greater. In other words, you had to be able to write a check for at least $20 million out of your pocket, and then be able to have a bond, surety bond, guaranteeing another $80 million for a total of $100 million in order to even be considered. And obviously, somebody very astutely that carries their cell phone with them and has access to the internet found out after reading the paper this morning that there's a news report tonight that says that those bids that came in were not adequate, and Dynegy has rejected them all. Now, why do I give you that background, and why do I think it's important? Because I want to relate it back to something that our city manager said, and that's this. The cost to repair the streets is of the magnitude that is, at least what I heard, approximately 10 to 30 times what we're able to do with our existing initiative. I know of no other initiative that's going to allow us to get where we want to go that's going to be placed on the ballot that will raise that kind of money. This is a jewel opportunity, and don't go out of here and quote me saying that Heading said, build this huge casino/hotel, on the waterfront. That's not what I'm talking about. I believe we have levers, and the levers are this, and I thank Noah for mentioning several of them that I had written down. Lever number 1 is zoning. We're absolutely in control of zoning. It is a huge lever, and it's a lever with electeds. And I think, as the mayor pointed out, if we have a strategic team that is proactive in meeting with the electeds to call out the extreme financial strain that we are under as a city and the need to have this land developed appropriately. And by appropriately, I mean maintaining as well the ecological value of that to us all, that they would give us their attention, and there would be a lot of support for that. Two, I believe we should be in the face of Dynegy. I believe we have the opportunity to get in front of their faces. I may be somewhat optimistic or overly optimistic in that thought, but my sense is we should be going to the top, talking about corporate responsibility to communities that they are in, with a list of levers that we now have because we've talked to electeds. We have the zoning issues that we can change, and we can put pressure on you as a company if you don't do something quickly to work with us and include us in whatever it is you're doing. Otherwise, we are going to walk away with absolutely nothing. Third, there are large groups out there like the Trust for Public Land who works with cities like Morro Bay to bring hundreds of millions of dollars to the city to help us work to, number one, preserve pristine land, number two, economically develop that land for the city, and number three, partner and be a coordinator of partnerships for entities that are out there that don't quite have that $100 million because they have access to those kinds of funds. And the last lever that I think is important to note is that I think Dynegy is caught between a rock and a hard spot right now. I really do. And I think the opportunity is short-lived. It's now, and I believe the mayor is absolutely correct. I think this subcommittee should be formed. Strategically, we should put these thoughts together, get out, make these visits, get our plan together, hit Dynegy as soon as we can, and get in front of them and make our proposal and look for partners to do it. So thank you for allowing me to get on my soapbox.
Thanks, John. Matt?
Sure. One thing in terms of looking at the unity, because this report in terms of this property is very instrumental in terms of understanding the 41 corridor coming into or the pedestrian bridge going across the creek as it links up with the Embarcadero to 41, with the wastewater treatment plant moving, and then the Lila Kaiser property we were talking about. And then with this Dynegy property, looking ahead at the city, this is an instrumental development part of the city. So everything that's being brought up, this is key, and so it's very necessary that we stay on top of this. So quick and easy.
Great, Matt. Thanks. Christine?
Thank you. I guess we're going to have to get Councilmember Heading a ticket to Dallas as soon as possible to go and visit our friends in Dynegy. Okay. First of all, thank you for bringing this forward and doing it, exactly in the anniversary of the plant shutting down. I think that's kind of notable, and I appreciate that so many of you came out tonight to talk to the issue. Thank you so much for coming from the Pacific Wildlife Care Center. And I would just suggest that I did have a tour recently, and if you haven't yet done so, maybe those of you who've been here a little longer have. But I hadn't yet quite been there, know where they are, but I would highly suggest it because first of all, it's a great view of the property when you're on there. And you can see that the impact the changeover has had for them individually. In particular, there were spaces that Dynegy had allowed them to use that for really, perhaps dubious reasons. I'm not going to speak I'll speak for myself. Dubious reasons now they haven't been able to use those facilities any longer. And it just seems rather silly because there's no one out there and nothing else going on, and they were using them for simple things like storage. So I think that if you haven't yet had a chance to site visit, and I would say the same thing to the city manager, to take some time to go out and visit and get connected. Because I think it's we all speak with one voice, we're much louder. And that's sort of where I'm going tonight. I absolutely agree that now is our time to advocate. We have a great story. It's just, there's nothing as good as this. And if you're wondering where you can just get a synopsis, go back to the New York Times at the end of November 2014. It does a great job, that article does a great job saying where we are as a community and who we were economically when that plant was created and this city was founded, and who we are today. 50 years exactly from our 50th celebration and our incorporation as a city because of this old economy, this revenue generating power facility. So you just couldn't write a better story. So we need to start telling it. And I absolutely agree. We need to start telling it to everyone. But legislators are key. I mean, we need to reach out to all of ours, and we need to craft a story that is compelling and that tells the truth about where we stand as a community that is a full-service city. We're not just providing one or two services. We're providing the full menu of services here. So as you look forward, I would suggest that we take on the zoning issue. We had discussed the zoning issue, and I'm going to say a year and a half ago, but I don't know where it is with the wastewater treatment plant, but I know council had discussed some direction toward that. Now I know we're going into our general plan and local coastal plan update, so I would like to see maybe some discussion here about how that fits in, because really if you're talking about rezoning it, I don't know if we've made any motion on rezoning the wastewater treatment plant, but it seems to me that if we're going to focus on a parcel like that, we should extend our view to include some of the power plant. Well, I think we should just talk about that a little bit. And I don't know why there doesn't seem to me to be a reason to wait too long to get into that if we could, but I want to hear from the rest of the council on that. I think we also have to meet with PG&E as soon as possible. I don't know the last time we've been meeting with PG&E on the deed restriction and the fact that a new neighbor may be coming to that switchyard. Have we had a conversation with them at all within the last 4 months?
What was your question?
Have we engaged PG&E about the deed restriction and the fact that the property is for sale or potentially could be for sale as of a few hours ago, I suppose, but realistically, that they're getting a new neighbor.
Yeah.
So could we re-engage with them?
Yeah, and I think that's
something
kind of
that the
premise
subcommittee
behind having this discussion, because we really haven't.
Right.
I mean, whether or not there's different conversations going, we really haven't had this kind of discussion to say, yeah, let's go ahead and take this action.
Right. Yeah, but I think PG&E would be like really almost number 1 or 1A on the list because of the fact that they've got the existing switchyard and that they've got the deed restriction. So, we need to engage with them. And I think that's another thing. They wrote us off a couple of years, when they wrote that and transferred the ownership to Duke, that happened. So PG&E, made those, I guess, contractual agreements. I don't know what you would call them, but I think it's only fair to go back and talk to them about that here. So that would be something I would suggest we do. Maybe this is something the subcommittee would do. We should probably talk about too before we get too far, staff time, and we know we just passed our goals tonight. We don't have we don't have a power plant goal per se on that list. I just kind of thought about that. It's under economic development. It would be under that, certainly, but we don't have anything that's going to, specifically
economic development,
with that.
general plan, LCP update.
It's a piece of all of it?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. I think it's a good idea also to reach out to the EPA, given the information we had, and maybe engaging. They would have a local person, I would assume, somewhere in coastal California or San Francisco, Sacramento, somewhere. So we could establish a visit or just get some local connection to the EPA to find out what it is that folks are hearing or what's on the website, how accurate is it, and sort of get them to revisit it, because it's now closed. It's a little bit different probably for them if the facility were somewhat operational, but now that it's no longer operational, maybe we need to reach out. I would encourage us to try and find a way to reach out to them as well, okay, in particular. And again, if they seem to think something needs, it all ties into the deed restriction that PG&E put on the property. It ties into the local APCD not thinking it's a big deal or not. But if you're getting all these entities involved, then things start to come together differently. and that maybe there is a little bit of leverage or a little bit of pressure or advocacy that the city can do that would make a difference in those areas. So, but if you don't reach out, we can't really know that. I think it is a regional issue for our county, so we definitely need to, maybe reach out to the Board of Supervisors as well, because we're Morro Bay, but we're part of a larger community and a larger region. So I think we want to remember that there's a lot of regional opportunity, that some new redevelopment there would impact in a very positive way our whole county. So I wouldn't want to forget about that. And I think I spoke about engaging all partners here. Reaching out to G-Wave, I would agree with that. Bring them back. The New Futures report, I'm glad you brought that up. There's a lot of time went into that. Previous council members, previous staff members, as well as current community members put a lot of time into that. So I would think we do want to revisit that. The Cal Poly has always kind of been involved in something. So I suggest we get into the driver's seat and we do that. I think as council subcommittee is a good way to keep track of this and track it through all the other goals we have. And then just make sure that we don't take what we've been given, but kind of collaborate, pull ourselves together and advocate for our city and for our next 50 years and make a little noise. Thanks.
Okay. Let's wave. Let's wave. So just to circle back on some of the comments, I just want to clarify a couple of my statements as well. Some of the contacts that have gone through, I think it's clear, especially with our city attorney, having conversations on interactions with folks. It's not in the negotiation type of mode. Any one of us up here that may be contacted, we're not negotiating with any of these entities. We're making connections. When it comes down to negotiating, we turn that over to staff. They kind of make those no different than the real property that we were negotiating with Dynegy. As far as reaching out, Noah, you talked about Washington, D.C. last year. We talked with Lois Capps, Congresswoman Capps, about this. It's on the radar screen for this visit. Also, I will say last year I met and talked with Congresswoman Jessica Hahn from Redondo Beach and talked with her about their facility. So they have obviously a similar situation with that power plant down there. I've already reached out to her to see if I can make that connection with her again during this visit. So those are some of the connections that we try to make. Obviously, Cacho, we've had conversations. He's fully aware of what's going on, but I think maybe a more direct conversation over this particular meeting, some of the outlines and discussions that we've talked about tonight. And John, thanks for all your comments and stuff. Points on Dynegy. Corporate responsibility is something that you spoke about, that I've been speaking about for quite some time. Especially one who's worked for the corporation, and it says a lot. And so it's not just Morro Bay, Redondo Beach. I've said it before, Gary, Indiana, Detroit, where are those industries going, and what's, they're walking away from industries, and cities and communities are faced with that. So it's not necessarily new, but everybody here tonight is pretty passionate about how we go forward on that. So any other comments? We want to take direction on a subcommittee. I would want to, continue in some capacity in that way, having some history and direct, contact with some of the contacts made with the folks out there. So if we want to have some dialogue and some discussion on a subcommittee, I'll just turn it to my right here. John, do you have any comments?
I do believe that it's extremely important to appoint a point team. That, we all meet with various individuals, but I think Christine said it. There's a story to be told, and I think the development of the story and the uniformity of communication to the various entities is critical. Otherwise, you end up with disparate communications that confuse people and do not lend themselves to the greatest strategic outcome. And so by doing that and creating that lead team, who then has the opportunity to, through the open and public process, to gain public input and then move forward with that plan, will serve us much better than each of us as we meet with individuals that we run into trying to tell a story that may be slightly different than the other person's story. So I would very much suggest, Mr. Mayor, that we do appoint that subcommittee, that the story be developed, and that it be that public input be obtained, and that it be shared with everybody so that we're on the same page.
Great. Anybody else for comments on that?
I think from where I sit now, you and the mayor and Councilmember Heading, I think you would make a good subcommittee. So I wouldn't say no to that if you both were willing. We have one willing, Mr. Mayor. You said you were willing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Willing? So I'm comfortable with that. If others are too, we can speak to that and kind of get that accomplished.
If there's consensus, we can just go that way.
Great, y'all.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it's Texas you're going to.
Okay.
But I would say this.
You feel like there should be any formal motion or anything? Just regular consensus? Okay.
I would also like to ask, I think that it's very important for the subcommittee to bring back to council some talking points, exactly as you said, John. Let's tell the story, and let's all consistently tell it the same way, because we are all interacting with different people every day. Let's decide what we're all going to say, and then channel folks in the direction, to the council member, the subcommittee, and then with the city manager and city attorney as appropriate. But I think that I would love to see something like that come back when you guys thought it was appropriate or had the time to do it. Okay?
Okay, great.
One last comment on that, too, is I think there's a fair amount of crossover that this effort will also have the potential to tell the story about what we're trying to accomplish with the wastewater reclamation facility and the future of Atascadero Road. That was encompassed with the Cal Poly project. And some of the things we've talked about trying to accomplish there in the story and the message to the different regulators and legislators that can help us. I think the work that you're going to be embarking on, and we're here to help, is going to be dual-purposed in that way and be very useful.
Any other comments?
I just thank you. I'm glad that we put this on the agenda. Thanks to staff. Thanks to all of you who came tonight.
Great work.
I think this is one of the best conversations we've had about the power plant since it's closed. So thank you. Thanks to all of you.
All right, thanks. With that, we can go ahead and conclude this item, and we're moving on to new business, and we'll just take a short break and come back in 5 minutes and start on our new business, and that would be discussion of the Measure Q transaction tax. AGP, I think we're ready to get started. Waiting for you to roll. Thank you very much. All right, folks, welcome back. We've come back from our recess, and we're starting back on new business. Item D1 is discussion on use of district transaction taxes, which is the Measure Q, to pay for unfunded mandates. And this is Ms. Slayton. David, are you going to start us off on this? Okay.
All right.
Okay. Susan, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Irons and council members. The item before you tonight is a staff report on using our half-cent district transaction tax, commonly known as Measure Q, to pay for unfunded mandated costs within the approved uses as set by Resolution 46-12. Those 4 approved uses are to improve the fire department, to enhance public safety, street maintenance, and storm drain maintenance and prevention of toxic runoff into the bay. The measure that was presented to the voters was for a general tax that could have been used for any city services. However, current and past councils have recognized and respected the Grassroots Committee's campaign that promoted the ballot measure based on the dedication of the money to the approved categories memorialized in Resolution 46-12. Staff has reviewed the campaign material and has not found any mention of restricting the use for unfunded mandates. What staff is recommending is that council continue its excellent stewardship of this money and continue to consider any and all funding requests that fall into the approved uses as set by Resolution 46-12. That concludes my report, Mayor Irons. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Slayton. Any questions for staff or Ms. Slayton? John, you want to start off?
Thank you. I'm generally familiar with the term unfunded mandate with regard to federal and state kinds of issues, but could you give me a few examples of Ms. Slayton, what specifically we might be referring to as something within the categories that you've outlined that might be unfunded mandates specifically?
I'm going to pitch this one to Rob Livick because he can do a much better job.
I think this specifically concerns a budgeted item that we allocated, I think about $70,000 in Measure Q money for development of a waste load allocation plan, which is part of our stormwater program that we use to assess the pathogenic pollutants in the bay. It's an unfunded mandate. It's part of our stormwater permit with the regional board, it would either come from Measure Q funds or from the city's general fund to pay for that requirement. And I think that's the only item that we've ever proposed that council approved that was an unfunded mandate, quote unquote, to use Measure Q funds for.
Could maybe David could give me an example of one from the police department that might be considered an unfunded I know it's never come, but what might I see come forward that would be an unfunded mandate regarding police services and or fire services, just for my example?
If the state said all law enforcement officers must have body-worn cameras, but did not provide any funding for that and required cities and jurisdictions to fund that, then that I think would be an example of a mandate that could come from the state in the area of police services.
And then, was anybody that's here on staff around in 2006 that might have been involved in this initiative when it was on the ballot? No? Okay, thank you.
Susan was on. Susan?
No, I was here in July of 2006, and everything had already happened by that time.
Okay. Wasn't sure about that. Noah? No questions? Matt? Christine?
I had just a quick question, just based on the board staff perspective, and anyone can respond to this as appropriate. So this idea of unfunded mandates, has this been around for a while? We just started out giving it a political term, unfunded mandate. Has it been something that was frequently passed on to municipalities, the idea that you have to do this, but there's no money to do it? that would fall under any kind of a category that you've seen before? Is it a new idea that's come because there's no money to fund things any longer? The state used to be funding, or the federal government used to be funding it. They're pulling funding, but they still have. I'm trying to get to the core of why do we see it happening, and then what it means for the future, if we'll see more of it, or if it was maybe a one-time thing.
From my perspective, it happens regularly, far too regularly. But what happens is a legislative body decides they want to do something, but they don't have the money to pay for it. So they say you have to do it. They say, Morro Bay, you must, but they don't allocate funds to do it because there's no funds in the state government or the federal government to do so. And I think it's not that new. It's probably, probably happened for a long time, but we're dealing with it now with respect to the Measure Q, and this could appear. Well, it could take away our flexibility to allocate funds like we want to. If we had $1 million of unfunded mandate requirements from the state in the areas of police, fire, and roads, then we could conceivably either have to find $1 million out of the general fund or allocate $1 million of Measure Q funds as long as they were consistent, as long as those mandates were consistent with the Measure Q requirements. And that would essentially not allow us to, if they were $500,000 of police unfunded mandates and $500,000 of fire unfunded mandates, that could handcuff us and wouldn't allow us to allocate any of our Measure Q funds to roads. That's an extreme example. I don't see that happening, but that is, that's probably the dirty end of this trail were it to go that far.
Okay. And then the item that we're here tonight to discuss was about the $70,000 item, plus or minus, right, Mr. Levick?
I think that's the impetus of the item. It's the staff report was more general than that, but the impetus of the item was the waste load allocation plan that we're required to prepare to prevent toxic runoff to the bay, which is one of the mandates of the Measure Q.
Yes. All right. Was that something that would come up again at budget time? Are you going to see that? And if it's in the staff report, I'm sorry that I've missed it, but will it be coming forward again?
It's a plan that we've delayed preparing because we're working with the regional board on what exactly they want to see in it. I think it's been carried over for a couple of budget cycles. It's taken us a long time to work out the details with the regional board. I can't say that there won't be something in the future that the state is going to say you need to do this now, and that we wouldn't make a Measure Q request for that. But this one is sufficient for a sufficient budgetary item to fulfill that task. It's just we're about ready to issue an RFP for that, but we wanted to make it through this meeting first before we issued an RFP for that.
Okay.
Councilmember Johnson, if I may.
Yes, please.
One of the things that the staff report is really intended to do, and it was also the intent of the Measure Q committee, was to establish a policy that that mandates not be paid for at all by Measure Q. So while this one, the stormwater management plan, was the impetus for that, and we did have $70,000 that we had budgeted for it, their interest was to say that we should never pay for mandates. And so any others that may come up, their interest was in having council make a decision one way or the other about allowing any mandates.
Any mandates for the allowed expenses?
Correct.
Okay. Great, thanks. And I guess my last question on this is that when it was budgeted, and I know we discussed this a bit previously, and I'm sorry if I'm making you repeat something we have previously discussed, but it was probably about a year ago or more now. When the item was placed in the budget for the stormwater management item, internally, did we think, this is the first time we're going to have to do this, or was it something that we didn't look at it necessarily as an unfunded mandate first? We looked at it as, is it topical? Does it fit under the Measure Q requirement? So just talk to me a little bit about how internally it became a Measure Q item.
When we had talked about this particular plan, we discussed the fact that we did need to update the stormwater plan, and we put it on our Measure Q requests. And at the time council looked at it, there wasn't a lot of discussion or angst, as I recall, about it being a mandate. That was something that we had partially funded one once before, I think $20,000 in maybe 2010-11. So it wasn't really a heavily discussed topic until it was brought up by the Q committee, who said with their 2012-2013 review that they wanted council to really look at the idea of mandates. Their point was that if Measure Q didn't exist, how would you pay for this? And that's a fair statement. Staff's response back was, that's almost a blessing in disguise for us because we don't have the general fund money to pay for it, and we can use this as, to take care of this thing that we absolutely have to do. So I think it was talked about, but it wasn't like it was a horror, that oh my goodness, what are we doing?
Okay, great. Thanks a lot. I appreciate your remarks.
If I could, just yes. Briefly, so in another category of unfunded mandates is essentially the entire ADA Act. So the American with Disability requirements are requirements placed on cities, states, businesses, everybody to do certain things, but you don't get a check along with that. And so that's a great example for us, as you know from having looked at our goals and objectives recently, that we likely have a whole bunch of mandates in the area of ADA that we have not been able to fund out of the general fund, chosen not been able to, however you want to word it. But that's I think another germane example, and in which that work has not been completely accomplished because there is not funding available to do it, and in that case there's no Measure Q pot of money or something that we've allocated to address that.
Let me just expand on that just a little bit.
I'll just say thanks to everybody, and then who's ever next.
So, Dave brought up the unfunded mandates for ADA, which we have spent Measure Q money for because they're associated with street projects. When you do a certain level of street improvements, you're required to do ADA improvements along with those, along with doing labor compliance, and there's many things that are you could classify into unfunded mandates. The city council meeting we're required to have these, yet we don't get money from the state to hold them, so they're an unfunded mandate by the state constitution that we have these meetings. Maybe that's taking things to the ridiculous. But
actually, it's not, because the Brown Act and the Public Records Act, those are also state mandated and they're unfunded. But just in the last election, there was an initiative to say, and the state doesn't have to pay for those, and it passed.
So everything we do is kind of an unfunded mandate. Mandate, yeah. I guess kids are unfunded mandates.
Okay,
Aren't they?
you're all done. Okay, okay. So, Susan, thanks for supplying copies of the reports from Measure Q committee, because I did want to bring to light. I think there was some question on whether or not we had done this before, and in the 2010-11. For clarification, there was the $20,000 for the water board that was in the report, and I guess that was the expenditure represented 16% of the amount budgeted. So it wasn't the entire amount, but it had done that, and it wasn't until 13 that we got to what we have today, as far as we have a $70,000 unfunded mandate, and that was brought up by our Measure Q committee. So did it meet the requirement of the resolution, I think is the question that we had. And in your staff report, we have a list, but we also have the actual measure that as it was laid out on the ballot. But in the resolution, it lays out the items that they are, as it says in the closing, it says Measure Q funds be formally dedicated to the following purposes: improve fire department, enhance public safety, street maintenance, storm drain maintenance, and prevention of toxic runoff. Of course, it doesn't speak to state mandates. It just says, hey, these areas. So I understand that. But I guess I also understand that the initial initiative was brought on for a specific purpose, not just, even though, as you laid out, this is a general fund tax, because it wasn't done by 2/3. So I see I'm getting in more of discussions part of this, but I did want to recognize that we do have these reports here, and I think I'll just move on to public comment at this point, and then bring it back to discussion. So with that, I'll open it for public comment. For those who'd like to speak to this item, please come forward.
My name is Homer Alexander. As you would expect, I disagree with staff's recommendations to use Measure Q funds to pay for unfunded mandates, regardless of their purpose. Betty Forsythe and I co-chaired the Measure Q campaign committee, so I'm very familiar with what was told to the voters to encourage them to vote yes. The reasons they were given for passing Measure Q was to give the city extra money to fund projects or provide services in 3 specific areas that were beyond the funding capabilities of the city's traditional revenue streams. Since Measure Q was proposed as a general tax, the opposition's main argument against it was the extra money would eventually disappear into the general fund. The 1,634 Morro Bay residents who voted against Measure Q apparently agreed with the opposition. Regardless of the purpose of an unfunded mandate, the law requires the city to comply. Prior to the passage of Measure Q, all unfunded mandates were paid for by the general fund or one of the enterprise funds. When the city uses Measure Q to pay for unfunded mandates, they are in essence backfilling the general fund with these extra tax dollars. My real concern is not mandates per se. It is the indirect way that the city staff is freeing up money in the general fund to be used as they see fit. After unfunded mandates, what's next? Remember that for every Measure Q dollar spent backfilling the general fund, there is one less dollar available for the streets. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Homer. Anybody else for public comment? Seeing none, I'll close public comment and bring it back for discussion. Homer, thanks for coming up. Thanks for taking my phone call today and talking to me about this. And so for discussion of council, I think where the spirit of this lays is in this resolution. And where the spirit of this is lays in council and how former council that initiated this. And but I guess it also goes down to where, interestingly, the measure that was written, and I think this was a good point to bring to the attention, was that in the measure it was required to have a oversight committee, which was pretty interesting and actually good. Not just pass the measure, but not only is this measure going to go, would you like to have this, but it will be required to have an oversight committee. So we've had that. I think we've had good stewardship through our Measure Q committee. Have watched closely on that. There was a disagreement over a $70,000 mandate. I guess to my understanding, the previous mandate was an oversight, pardon the pun, but I guess at that point it wasn't caught. It wasn't until the following year that and when it hit 70,000, it raised the attention of more people. So for discussion tonight, it's whether or not this council wants to, as Mr. Alexander explained it, backfill the general fund, or do we want to basically allow funding into these four listed items as the resolution is laid out. I think the bottom line, and based on some of the comments and the concerns, was, will this sales tax initiative disappear into the general fund? Hence the oversight committee. I think the oversight committee has done a very good job in doing that. There's a discrepancy over whether or not a state mandate is sticking to the spirit of that. In reality, it's a general tax, regardless of the resolution. Legally, council can use the sales tax any way they see fit. But that wasn't the challenge here. And I think that's why the resolution was laid out for future councils. It was laid out to say, hey, look, here's the story, here's the history. Not only is this just a measure, and we know it's a general fund tax, but here's how we'd like to utilize this. It could use some work, I suppose, but I guess for my discussion, I can appreciate the restriction of the unfunded mandate and the spirit of Measure Q. It basically is holding accountable the council on how we do that. Hence, we do have a pretty good oversight committee, or had some pretty strong oversight committee members that were pretty vocal in making sure we're holding true to that. So I guess I would be open to discussion on whether or not we include language into this resolution that goes down the road of unfunded mandates and addresses that. And I think the other part of the question for council is whether or not this is the existing practice with the $70,000 allocation is appropriate, and we want to continue to do that. So I guess I'll open up for that for the discussion. Matt, do you want to start off?
Sure. It's been over the last number of years. It's been something to watch the Measure Q committee go forward and do this, and the oversight they've provided. As in the discussion I'm seeing in terms of sticking to the letter of this resolution, the three areas with a little bit of gray area, and under, this unfunded mandate does fit within that. And one thing that I think that I'm benefiting from sitting up here is whether or not we say yes or no, we're still engaged in the process with Citizen Oversight Committee, with council, and with staff going, okay, this money could be used this way. So that's the valuable part of the process. So whether or not, so in that sense, I appreciate this effort going forward and the time we're taking to go through it. And I think it's endemic to the process that makes it so important. With that said, with the 4 areas that the monies can be used for, and then with these mandates coming, and you're going to rob Peter to pay Paul, the money does have to come from somewhere. Is the slippery slope there? Yeah, that it becomes a general fund drain over time. Yes, there is that possibility there, but seeing this $70,000 towards an unfunded mandate within this area, these 4 areas, I'm inclined to go with it and say that we could use this money for those areas. But still, I'd like to reserve for the future, if this ever does come up, as this comes up, as these unfunded mandates come up, that we speak about it and we reason through it. And so I don't think from my estimation, we make a de facto yes or no, but leaving that ability to reason through it. So I'm inclined to go with it.
Christine?
Okay, thank you. So, Matt, when you say you're inclined to allow, I guess, keep things as they are. Okay.
But as an on-call thing going forward, case by case.
Okay. Just clarifying. It's really worthwhile to have the discussion. It's worthwhile to look at the staff report and the flyers that went out during the campaign. And I will notice the first, at least the one I'm looking at right now, it's mentioned on all 3 of our examples, four examples in the staff report on the campaign literature. And I think it's really important to go back and look at what people read and how they were influenced to vote yes, ultimately, to pass it. And I think that it really gives you a sense of how people felt at the time. All California cities, yes, on Measure Q, all California cities lost millions of dollars when the state took money from us to balance its budget. Morro Bay lost more than $7 million. So that's a call to action right there, right? What are you going to do, Morro Bay, this big bad state? And it translates into currently what we talk about when we go to places like the League of California Cities. And local control has been a buzz term for several years because of things like this that the state has been doing to municipalities. So I completely understand that when folks who read that kind of call to action on Measure Q then look at something that has the word state unfunded mandate from the state in front of it, it influences how we feel about that particular item. So if you took out the word unfunded and you just left storm drain project, then it feels different because it feels that, well, that's fitting into the requirements of what we said Measure Q would be spent on. And that would be the number 4 on the resolution, storm drain maintenance and prevention of toxic runoff into the bay. So it's this idea of the state taking something from us or forcing something on us that is hard for all of us to deal with, and we deal with it a lot in our community. So that is a big issue, and what I think is another big issue is the fact that the awareness of it. It would be great to have the awareness of the budget when things are possible without extrapolating into all sorts of different things that could be considered unfunded mandates. But anything that would fall under these 4 categories, it would be good for us to have awareness of in the budget process. This would be what would be considered an unfunded mandate. We could put some percentage, like we're only going to fund this much, the percentage of this or that. I don't necessarily need. I wouldn't advise that we do that. But I think the awareness is a good thing to have. And if we're seeing that, things are happening where we have a lot of these things coming forward in Measure Q, then it's up to the councils, us and then the next council and the next council to decide whether, that's a reasonable expense or to put that in some other pot. So I think the awareness is key. The fact that it had been done already prior but wasn't necessarily pulled out, and then all of a sudden it was pulled out. It's good to have that discussion. It's good to have the awareness of it, and for staff to identify for council this would be something that would be considered an unfunded mandate in a way that would be coming, staff suggests it comes out of Measure Q. So I think that awareness is good. what's next? I don't know. I mean, unfunded mandates are, what if you don't meet them? I mean, that's just, we're stuck. And so, how many more things are going to be next that the city has to pay for? And I would just say, for me, I think we'll see pretty clearly shortly where we stand financially moving forward. And we've spent some time earlier this afternoon talking about where we are with some of our water and sewer rates. There will be more information coming from management partners. We're going into our budget time. We just saw how we lost $500,000 from Dynegy that we're not going to get in 2015-16 budget. So we've got a lot of pressure on the general fund, and I think the awareness of the unfunded mandates when they come forward is good for council to know, but ultimately I don't look to change the resolution in any way, which I think is perhaps what was requested, to add any other language restricting the use of the funds. So I think it's actually pretty progressive to have storm drain maintenance and prevention of toxic runoff in the bay. It's hard to sell that, but to sell that along with the other public safety stuff to the community, I think was really wise to put something like that on as well. So support it staying as it is. Thanks.
Thanks. John?
Thank you. I was looking back at the original. Find my spot here again. One of the original statements that was made regarding the use of the tax money, and it is right here on page. Pardon me 1 second. I'll find it. Okay. It says in the background, it says, with the November 2006 election, the citizens of Morro Bay voted in a 1/2 cent district sales tax, which had been placed on the ballot by a grassroots citizens committee as Measure Q. This is a general fund tax. General fund tax. And Measure Q6, in essence, as it's stated, is to be used as replacement for funds that were lost due to budgetary cuts by the state of California, which indirectly to me meant any and everything within the budget of the city within the context of the four specific areas that were identified, and that is obviously been stated a number of times. But then I'm very familiar with the good work that Measure Q committee has done, and wasn't around in 2006 to see and understand exactly what was communicated to the public. And what I'm hearing is what was sold is different than what actually ended up on paper, and what we're left with here to make decisions with tonight. So it's conflicting to me, and I do understand the need not to have Measure Q money go into the budget as general budget money, and I'm absolutely in agreement with that, and will remain in agreement with that as long as that tax isn't sunsetted. So if it's not staff's determination that this is contrary to the very intent of the voters, then I would concur with the use as stated in the staff report. Sorry for that long.
No?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to start by just noting that in the flyers that are attached, we have almost all of the campaign material that were circulated to promote Measure Q and ultimately pass it. Then subsequently later, previous council that I sat on, we affirmed that with the resolution that's also included tonight over a span of multiple years. And I also voted for that resolution because I believe in what it says. And in neither of those documents or all of the campaign material nor the resolution, there's any discussion of the unfunded mandate, because that wasn't a consideration. It wasn't a discussion point. And for me, the bottom line is, are we making progress and providing results on the 4 categories that was the intent of the voters? And that will be the question I'll ask myself on every item that comes forward on a Measure Q request budget line. And that's what the Measure Q committee is going to do. So we have safeguards built in. And from what I saw with the storm drain item from the last budget, that was very focused on tangible results to reduce toxic runoff into the bay. It's result-oriented and something we needed to do to be able to continue the work. And in some cases, these mandates, you cannot receive additional support or funds from other agencies or be able to advance in those efforts until you've accomplished these goals. So I'd see us artificially limiting our ability to achieve the very things that the measure is trying to help us do if we start to arbitrarily just cast a complete a void of being able to consider those items. I thought Christine's suggestion of asking staff to kind of further heighten maybe that there is an element of some unfunded mandates potentially in the future focused on these 4 areas for Measure Q. If staff's able to note that in the budget line item, that would be helpful. And I know we're very critical on what requests come forward for Measure Q funding, and that's exactly what Measure Q committee is helping us do. So at this point, I stand by the Resolution 4612 and the intent of Measure Q as it was voted on, and I think there's enough safeguards in place to make sure that the concerns raised by Mr. Alexander aren't ever we don't end up going that far. Future councils don't go that far. I think there's enough safeguards in place.
Great discussion. Any further discussion? Is there a motion? Do we need a motion to proceed forward or receive and file? I think we've got a recommendation here. Staff recommends City Council permit the use of Measure Q funds to pay for unfunded mandates and improve the use categories of storm drains, streets, and public safety. Alternatives are laid out. We can establish a monetary limit, or we could deny the use of Measure Q funds for any and all unfunded mandates. Those are the options.
Here's a simple motion I'll put together. I'll move that our council affirm and stand by Resolution 4612, and that we request that as future items come forward in the Measure Q budget request, that unfunded mandates are noted in the budget line item.
Fair enough. Cool. We have a motion by Noah, a second by Matt. Any discussion?
Just clarity on the last part of your motion, Noah, I'm sorry.
It's trying to get at the idea that we're at least given the notification of, oh, by the way, this could be considered an unfunded mandate, which obviously opens up a whole lot of different potential. I mean, I think, as was pointed out, there are plenty of unfunded mandates we've already funded, probably through Measure Q, if you really want to get down to the definition. Just that one. So perhaps I'd ask Ms. Slayton if she felt comfortable with that last component, where you actually would note that if there's something that is an unfunded mandate in future budgets.
Well, if you remember the budget worksheet that we have for Measure Q, and so we have, what the department is, how much they want to spend, and what it's for. In that what it's for, we can call out the fact that this is a state mandate and we are requesting funding for it.
That's what I was hoping for.
Clear?
No. Pointing it, I don't know who to ask. Pointing it out, meaning so now it's pointed out. So it's pointed out. It's appropriate to use just because it's pointed out, or it's not pointed out.
Just mainly for the awareness that Christine, Councilmember Johnson, was speaking about. She said if we make council aware that we're asking for a mandate, so that way you can be aware of what's going on, if you start seeing that, streets is requesting this to cover a mandate, storm drains, cover a mandate, police, cover a mandate, all of a sudden you say, well, wait a minute, this is not what we wanted to do, especially if they're large dollars and you can restrict that. But having a mandate that we know is actually complying and helping us to comply with preventing toxic runoff from going into the bay, I think that one really fits. And so if nothing else, we'll just keep you aware. We'll note them so that you know that that's what's there.
Line item.
Yeah.
So that brings clarity for me, which also means that, in my sense, after hearing Mr. Leivick's conversation with regard to the number of things that could be considered unfunded mandates, that your list is going to be lengthy. So I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
Well, then we'll send you to Sacramento, John, right after you get back from Texas.
So we have a motion on the floor and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries. Item D2, update and review
Mayor,
the memorandum.
sorry, just for my personal edification, can I ask one question and make a comment on this, just going forward? So the $70,000, can you say again what specifically we spent that on?
We haven't spent it on anything yet. It's to prepare a waste load allocation plan for identification of sources of pathogens that may enter Morro Bay and a way we're going to reduce those.
So I'll confess that I focused all of my research effort on the question of unfunded mandate. That's what I was focused on. I did not focus much of my attention to this on whether this $70,000 fell within the Measure Q bucket. So confession. As I look through some of the material very quickly here, I read most of it says to repair storm drains in order to prevent toxic runoff, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's a slight difference when you get to the resolution. And in fact, the ballot measure says improve storm drains to protect the bay from pollution.
Thus my confusion.
The action is to improve storm drains. The purpose is to prevent pollution from getting into the bay. So I would now personally question whether $70,000 to write a plan for something or other indeed falls within the Measure Q language here that says improve storm drains, but there is some cloudiness because the resolution, not the ballot measure, changed that wording slightly from improve storm drains in order to prevent pollution to storm drain maintenance and prevention of toxic runoff. So you could make a pretty good argument that developing a rock-solid plan to prevent toxic runoff relates to the prevention of toxic runoff. But the change from to and is a significant change. Thus, you may want to consider revisiting this resolution because I'm not a lawyer, but I'm into English sometimes, and I think making the change from the task improve storm drain for the purpose of preventing pollution from entering the bay is different from improve storm drain and take other actions to prevent pollution from entering the bay. Sorry for the late breaking thought, but my entire focus was on whether an unfunded mandate was okay within those four areas. My focus was not on whether this $70,000 allocation fit in one of those four areas. I asked the question, we said, yeah, it's up for storm drains. Actually, it's not for storm drains. It's to write a plan to fulfill an unfunded mandate, and that's where we sort of got thrown off kilter. So I don't know what that does to our council meeting, but sorry.
Yeah, well,
Mr. Mayor?
We can carry on.
Yeah.
I will confess part of the discussion I had was you have a resolution that really doesn't capture the entire language of the measure.
Exactly.
And there's a little bit of a problem with that
Yeah.
because people voted on the measure.
Right.
And then we're writing a resolution that says what we're supposed to do. And
That's one way of looking at it. Another way of looking at it, which is how I'm looking at it now,
okay,
is the measure allows more than the resolution.
Yeah.
Clearly, the measure allows Measure Q funds to be used for those four things and other general city services. Right, other general city services. So that the thing the voters voted on was that. So how I'm interpreting the resolution was the council trying to put together language that did both. And the reason they need to do that, I'm guessing, I don't know, I wasn't here, the reason they did that is because the measure didn't get 2/3 vote, and if they crafted how to spend it to make it look more like, although they said this, what was really intended was a special tax, someone could say, you can't charge that tax because you didn't get 2/3 vote. So the way the resolution was drafted was a little bit broader than the words in the campaign material.
okay, which leads to other questions beyond what we're talking about tonight. So there you have it. We made a motion on the mandate and the use. So it seems as though really you've kind of identified something that staff is going to look at. Yeah.
I have to say, too, that the debate wasn't whether this $70,000 expenditure on the plan was in compliance with the intent of Measure Q. That, from what I recall, was agreed. Yes, it was.
Yeah.
It was, this is an unfunded mandate that we don't think is appropriate to be, unfunded mandates should not be spent, period, was the sentiment coming out. So I mean, thanks for all the confusion and deeper thought on this on the run, but I think we're addressing the primary concern. We're kind of opening up a debate that's already been closed. So, I'd suggest we move on. And if you really want to try to button down the resolution further, I'm open to ideas on that. But that's exactly what we were trying to do when we passed the resolution, was to make it even stronger and more clear about what the intent and the end product of Measure Q dollars should be.
And I guess I just share one thing, just one element of caution. Measure D, there was some discussion about a measure and a resolution that goes along with Measure D, and just leaving you out with that kind of thought. Yeah. Okay, so let's move on to item D2. Update and review of Memorandum of Understanding with Cayuga Sanitary District for the preliminary work needed for the design and construction of a new water reclamation facility. And Mr. Levick?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This has nothing to do with storm drains. This item is being brought to you based on direction at the January 8th, 2015 joint meeting where direction was given to prepare, quote unquote, an agreement for now between the city and district. And from previous council discussion that the desire was to look at a different formal relationship between the city and the district and look at more of a customer service provider relationship. So I crafted a memorandum of understanding that took that approach, and we presented it to the technical committee between the two boards on February 5th. The Cayuga's technical committee was unable to make any comments regarding substantive comments regarding the memorandum because it was such a drastic change from our existing relationship. They wanted to get input from their entire board before they provided comments to us. The city prepared MOU sets up a relationship where the city is the lead agency project manager of this project, and Cayucas is a customer, but a customer that has, input into the process, and we would take their opinions into consideration. As of yesterday afternoon, we received an email from which was transmitted to council this afternoon, an email from the Cayucas Sanitary District Legal Counsel with their version of a draft MOU that outlines a relationship that is rather similar to the current one that we have, where we're partners under the existing joint powers agreement and following those guidelines as we move forward on the project. Staff would like to hear council's ideas on any changes that they would like to see moving forward on this MOU that would be presented to both bodies at the March JPA meeting. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thanks, Rob. And the March JPA meeting is on the 12th, and we have a March 10th City Council meeting.
Yes.
Okay. So any discussion here, if we needed to work out some more details, we could come back at March 10th and dial in some more on this if we couldn't address it tonight.
So the good news is we got this as quickly as we wanted to, which gives us 2 council meetings to address it before the next JPA meeting. We thought at one point we might not get it until next week or the week after. We would only have 1 council meeting. So you sort of have it now. You've read it. You can discuss it for a little bit, give us some direction, and then we could come back at our next council meeting and tighten it up and have a further discussion before the JPA meeting.
Okay, great. Any other questions from council? You want to open it for public comment? Any other questions at this point? You want to get back into discussion? Questions to my right, left? No questions? Questions?
If we could, I wouldn't mind opening up for public comment, and then maybe if I have a question during discussion, that would be okay.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks.
There is the question I have that I did hear a bit of a review about how the WRFCAC viewed our proposed MOU, and their comments there. So I understand that information and heard some of the details, but it would be important for the community to know what the WRFCAC's response was to this sort of a concept of a customer relationship with Cayucas.
It was presented at the last WRFCAC, their February meeting, and I think it was well received by the committee. They didn't have substantive changes to the MOU. They like the idea of a customer service provider relationship, and would be looking forward for council to approve that.
Okay, seeing no more questions, I'll open up for public comment. We only have 1 speaker slip, Mr. Barry Brannon.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Barry Brannon, Morro Bay. Whenever I've purchased a piece of property, it's always nice to have this vision of the property you want to do or the plants you want to build. And way back when I was younger, I worked for an oil company. We had to build things, and you had to come up with a budget, do an estimate, and you'd go in for a proposal, and management would look at all the costs and project the income, and you'd come back and you'd get what they call an AFE, authorization for approval, authorization for expenditure. And with that, as the engineer, even though I was only paid $20,000 a year, I had the ability to build a service station for $250,000. My signature would do it. But it was always proposed on you had prior approval, you had the funding. So we have a situation now. Our old plant was kind of built like Topsy, and everybody kind of paid for things as you went along. But now we have an environment where we're going to build, say, a $50 million plant. And before you go to the people who are going to finance, and I heard the comments we had earlier about we haven't been doing the adequate funding in our water, so we're really kind of bad boys. We haven't been collecting the money. We didn't do a very good job of paying our bills and charging enough for our water, so we really aren't going to make the people who fund us happy, and they could call our debt at any time. We're faced with the same kind of problem. So before we go in conscience to a public entity and say we need $50 million because we're going to build this plant, we've got a lot of taxpayers, they're all going to give us the money and we're going to make the payments and we're good guys, they're going to say, well, gee whiz, who are you in partners with? Who are these guys? You can't make any kind of agreement on what you're going to do. You're still you haven't decided what you are or who you are, and you want to borrow $50 million to build a plant? I'm sorry, that's not going to work. So I think that the MOU that you've developed, where we are going to be the responsible, we are committing the city to build this plant. We have a plan where we're going to have a customer. We're going to provide good service to that customer. And if I went to a lending institution and say, okay, here's our plan. We're not maybe going to decide something 3 or 4 or 5 months down the road before that's no way to do business. This is a business proposition. We have a good outline of what we're doing, and I want to encourage you to continue what you're doing. I think you're just doing a great job. Thank you.
Anybody else for public comment? Seeing none, I'll close public comment and bring it back to council. Rob, we just received this just before we came to council, right? Yeah, I mean, you just passed these out to us just as we sat down.
Yeah.
So, kind of reviewing this, kind of intermittently throughout the night, and we're kind of making do on it. I don't know if everybody else feels comfortable in digesting everything through what we just got. But there's obviously a difference in the two MOU proposals. We've got recommendation on the one we've drafted, which obviously we have gone through, and I think really where we're at is where we're going to be at the JPA. Do we want to have any discussion on the proposed MOU from Cayucas? Yeah. Okay, great. Can you, Rob, would you mind?
I've read it about the same amount that you guys have. So one of the, I think in general, we would be operating the same way we did the last project with them. We'd be in a partnership. We would be making joint decisions, and we would be sharing the costs. The cost share spelled out in their MOU is the same as the cost share spelled out in our MOU, 72% for city, 28% for the Cayucos Sanitary District, but we'd continue to use the same voting procedures that we have currently, and that's a motion made by each body as they sit in the same room together and move forward based on a majority vote of, well, it's not really even that. It's each body has to agree on the same motion to do anything. There's not a majority of the 10 people sitting there. We have had a JP.
Rob, I think we might have a question.
Okay.
Christine?
If you see you paused and you gave me that opening question on this. What you just told us, I can't find it in the MOU from the CSD. What you just described seems to me on quick reading that there is no governance option in the CSD's submitted draft. And I just want to make sure I'm clear on that because I'm trying to take both and go back and forth. So yes, I can see where so for example, if I could just to sort of maybe tell you where I'm going with this. Under number 1, number 2, if they both look like the same, sort of. But I haven't really. Well, let's look at number. I'm on number. Yeah, no, there are differences. I'm on number 1 and number 2. So number 1, number 2 in the CSD document, and the number 1 and the number 2 in the Morro Bay document. They seem pretty. Again, I have not gone word for word.
The description of the project and the scope of work are fairly similar. I might take 1 or 2 items that they put in theirs and add to ours.
Right. That's not a lot of dispute there.
No.
And honestly, they have some nice language in number 3. The parties agree to mutually support. Ours is like, CSD will not do this. I see it feels warm. What I don't see is their option for governance. What I see is 3E. And I just want to be clear, 3E on the CSD form, is that what they are responding to in terms of governance? And is there more that I just... No, I'm sorry, 3E. Let me just double check.
I see where you're at.
Under roles and responsibilities, I'm on the Cayucas document. I'm sorry, I'm on the Cayucas document.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Sorry about that.
Would you just read it? Would you mind just reading the statement?
Well, I think, does everybody have it? It's the Cayucas document 3E. Yeah, well, yeah, if you want me to read it. So, okay, we have a lot of language in our draft about governance, and there says the ultimate operation and ownership of facilities is beyond the scope of this MOU and shall be negotiated in good faith by the parties to this MOU. Is that their governance section?
That, and I think one of the whereases about the paragraph 14 of the existing JPA basically says we have to agree to do
that talks about capacity, right? And that addresses the fact that we can't move forward
unless we agree. And the way we would agree is through the existing joint meetings where we take votes.
I know, but I don't see that. I mean, I hear you.
Maybe I'm implying that that's what
I just don't see it. I know, I hear you. But that you had a meeting with them, and perhaps that's what they expressed to you, but I don't see it in the document. I don't see any. Does anybody else see any lead, like where they're not really, I don't see a response to our suggestion of a change in relationship, but I'm getting to this point. Therefore, what I see from, here's my ultimate concern tonight. Have we moved forward on any of the items? Let's go to our document. What have we moved forward on? Okay, it's our document, and it's second page, if you've printed it out. Page 2 of 5. Where are we in the components of the new WRF project subject to this MOU? Have we made any motion on any of those bullet points under number 2? So everybody know where I am. Page 2, our document, number 2. Have we been able to move forward on any of those? And if we have, and let's say we have not been, is it because we don't have an MOU for now?
So let me tell you where we're at before I answer the second part of the question. We have an internal draft of the RFP for the facilities master plan. We have
internal from Morro Bay or working with Cayuga staff?
Internal staff, Morro Bay staff.
We should probably just put into context, since the last council meeting, we had a technical meeting with Cayuga Sanitary District. At that meeting, we presented our MOU. We asked them to, they didn't like our MOU very much. And so we said, well, would you propose an MOU? That's what we got today, was their proposed MOU. At that meeting, we also agreed that Morro Bay would draft a request for proposal for the facilities master plan and bring that to the next JPA meeting. So your staff is working on that request for proposal, and we will bring that. Likely, we'll bring that to the next council meeting, and then to the JPA meeting 2 days later.
Could I just interject something? I'm sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, please.
My recollection of that technical committee meeting was Rob and Rick were going to sit down and prepare an RFP that was then going to be brought back to the joint committee.
That was my recollection too, and when I told Mr. Coons that that's what I thought was supposed to be happening, he said no, we were doing that. Right, that's the email I sent Mr.
Yes.
Coons. I said, I think one of the things that's supposed to be happening right now is Mr. Livick and Mr. Coons are supposed to be working together on an RFP to bring, and I think his response was, no, you're doing that, we're working on our MOU. So I agree.
Well, then, okay, thank you. Okay, but I think, you know what, honestly, to be really clear, I think it's very important. So when we left, thank you, Dave, for reminding us where we are in this process. So our last council meeting, we gave, I don't know if it was a month ago, we gave direction to staff to develop an MOU. And then we have ours, we've run ours through our process. You sent it to the WRF CAC and got their input, and now it's here for us.
Yes, and we've also brought
In the meantime, you had one meeting with the technical committee, and that would be Noah and Jamie. Were you there too?
Can I comment on that? I'd like to comment on that.
Please, yes.
And this is, so just had a conversation today with Mr. Enns, President Enns, and talks, just kind of preemptive, saying, hey, we're going to be having this on the agenda, and he may be listening now for all I know, and just wanted to do that and just, open it up to, at some point we need to have another technical committee following our council meeting to discuss this. So we'll have a technical meeting, part of the JPA. My concern all along with these technical committee meetings is just your response. We go into a technical committee, there's no recorded minutes, there's nothing public about it. We say, yes, we're going to do this, we write it down, and Mr. Pannoni, you were diligent and dogged about saying, what are we agreeing to? What are we agreeing to? This is what I understand. You were very, very diligent in making sure we knew exactly what the steps were. You went over it again and again and again. And then to hear this conversation where, yes, this is what we agreed to do, and then the response is, no, you're going to do that. I think it speaks to why we shouldn't have technical committees. We should be having open meetings and having these kind of conversations openly and working them out that way. That's my feeling. And, if Cayucas is listening tonight, that's, I think we have some fairly difficult JPA meetings over the context on this. And when we speak to friction and I would say emotion on this, we've got to get it together. And if it means we come together with two separate MOUs, which is what I take we're discussing tonight, then that's what's going to happen on the 12th. And I just had to speak to that frankly, because that's exactly what people in Morro Bay that are watching tonight, they have no idea what's that. I mean, Cayucas will have their CSD meeting. It's in a room the size of an office building. It's not filmed. There's no minutes. People hardly even know that it's going on. So how do we interact and know what's being discussed? And I won't even get into the part of the other story at this point. But I think as difficult as it may be, I think we need to just go open discussion meetings on this, and we'll just have to hash it out. That's the way I see it. So. Yeah, Noah? Yeah.
As another suggested approach on this, I don't have all of the same background and emotion that all of you do with the many years that you spent dealing with CSD, but I did go through one meeting, and so I understand the difficulty. I also understand the importance of the WRF to the city of Morro Bay. I think you want to place yourself working from a higher level than you're dealing with people that you're dealing with. And I think an approach that could be helpful for that, there was nothing in the MOU that CSD suggested to you that was harmful to you, except one whereas, which references it quotes the current operating agreement, and I'm not sure if that quote's complete. I'm not sure if my suggestion would be that you approve this MOU that they gave you, because it doesn't hurt you. It gets you a step moving, because all it's talking about the RFP stages. It doesn't even talk about the EIR preparation. It just talks about the RFP stages. You go on the meeting of the 12th, having approved this. Again, I would like the opportunity to look at the language, and maybe we don't include that whereas. And you go to them. Rob makes another attempt with Rick to get the RFP done that I know that's what the four of you all agreed to do. And if it doesn't work, you go to your joint meeting and you say, we tried to do an RFP. We couldn't get your general manager to help us with the RFP, so we don't have an RFP. I'm not sure what we're going to do, so I'm not sure. But we approved this MOU, and I'm not sure what we're going to do for the next step. And then you bring up and say, okay, let's figure out what we're going to do for the next step.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. And I will interject. Not only is this water reclamation facility important for Morro Bay, but it's important for Cayucas too. I will not discount how important it is for their community and the people there. And I cooperatively, we have to get through this. So thanks for bringing that out. I think that's well received in your advice. Any other? No, you had some discussion. Thanks.
Yeah, a couple of quick items and a follow-up here on our interrogation of Mr. Livick in progress. Here under the components in the new WRF, we have talked pretty consistently here about getting this fatal flaws analysis rolling regardless of what's going on, because we know some of that has to be done, particularly the biological resources, which is time sensitive with the spring. So how are you doing on that end?
We have proposals from cultural and biological consultants. Need to write contracts to enter into those contracts with those environmental folks.
Great, so we're moving forward on that.
We can move forward on that. Yeah, we received those this week, so we're moving forward on those items. We do have a proposal from John Rickenbach to act as project manager. I would suggest that maybe we want to do an RFP for that. It is a fairly high dollar. I wouldn't want to sole source that item, even though he has done a good job. I think we should do our due diligence and send that out for RFP. We do have also a second proposal from John to amend his existing contract to assist us to get us through these next few steps here, to provide use the rest of his budget that he has, supplement it with another about $40,000 to finish these fatal flaws up. And I would recommend that we move forward with that also.
Okay, that sounds really good. So to also speak to the touchy-feely MOU from Cayucas that really I'm concerned about as well. It's vague in many ways, and I think that's a major problem for us to be able to be successful on this project, and it leads to some of the confusion that we're hearing tonight about who's responsible for what. So I still am very much in favor of more of a customer service lead that Morro Bay would take, and Cayucas would be the customer along with everyone else in the community on the project. I favor our MOU. There's one item in here that I think also bothers me. It's the 6 whereas on page 1. And it basically says, City of Morro Bay and Cayucas have come together to collaborate and to study and determine the feasibility of constructing a new WRF at the Rancho Colina site for the benefit of both communities. That sounds good, but really we've done all the work in identifying the value and potential of Rancho Colina, and we've spent considerable resources to get to that point. And my concern here is that Cayucas in laying out what they would pay for, it's all going forward from this point. So they're basically saying, thank you very much, Morro Bay. You've just spent hundreds of thousands of dollars getting us to a viable, exciting site for the communities, and we're just going to take that and now actually try to take credit for it in this whereas, and then we're going to move forward, and we'll pay our little share, and then we'll continue to vote 50-50 on every issue of significance. So I'm somewhat frustrated about this response proposal because it ignores some of the key things that we're asking them to talk about. The other major omission that has me concerned is the complete disregard for any sort of discussion about goals of the project. We've been asking for that for months now. We've presented those, we've vetted those out through community process and come up with something that I think helps focus us on where we want to go at the end of the day. And over again, we've asked Cayucas to do the same, and we can come together and either modify our goals with theirs and come up with something that we can jointly agree to or not. And we haven't, and I think it all speaks to a dysfunction of this current situation and relationship and the process of decision-making. And I appreciate, Mr. Pannoni, your concept there, and I'm willing to consider that more, but I'm also really cautious about it because ultimately I'm not sure we're going to be successful if we continue with the relationship as it's currently structured.
John?
New kid on the block as well, Mr. Pannoni. Thank you for that recognition. I will claim the same. I did have a chance to review it, and because I was just waiting by my email for something to come, and sure enough, there it was. Rob's last email. Thank you, Rob, for that. I appreciate it.
That's why you were late today. Huh?
Yes, and I was right on time. Yeah, Rob walked in at 4 o'clock. I circled the same exact thing, so I just want to echo what Noah said. I noted the lack of what I will say collaborative language, and it was being stricken from the record on the proposal that came from Cayucas. But, you know, I think we're going to take a lot of flack with regard to what you described as 4A. And, you know, that is the reimbursement for all of the work that has been done up to now. Now, I realize we went ahead and did that on our own because we're on a timeline to get this thing done, but it's a concern, you know, so I guess what I would ask from the council, what are our non-negotiables and what are our desired outcomes? And if that simply is defined, then we can write a contract that meets that. What are the non-negotiables? Is repayment a non-negotiable? I mean, I have to ask that question.
If I may interject?
Yes, sir.
Another question I think you need to answer is, when is it that you want to impose those non-negotiables? When in your relationship, in your negotiation, do you want to get to those non-negotiables? Now or later?
Yeah, interesting term, negotiation, because here we are publicly, and you know, just making the observation that there is no negotiation. Our hand is wide open, basically. But you know, I just would like us to define, and yes, I would agree with that, absolutely. Us to define what are our non-negotiables, and what are our desired endpoints with regard to the contract, as simply as that, just verbally stated. And you know, the other fluffy stuff, if they don't want to say that it was collaborative, well, that's just posturing. But my sense is this is contrived. This is contrived. The lack of response all along was contrived. It's a negotiation posture. That's what it is. So that's my input.
Any other comments? Christine?
Yes, sorry. Great discussion, and this is what the public is going to get. This is what you get from the public process. And yes, it's a little awkward sometimes when you're trying to make a negotiation and get to where you need to go because you're doing it in public, but that's what's beautiful about it, is that everyone in our community knows exactly what we have to say and where we stand and our opinions, and I think we don't know that very often when you go into your technical committee. And I really appreciate everyone speaking tonight, staff and council members, on what happens and what issues you're facing, because we don't see them here. But more importantly, neither do the people of Morro Bay or Cayucas. And my understanding is that would be a Brown Act body as well, the sanitary district. So their public meetings, maybe they just don't have a lot of folks attending, but they are open to the public, right?
They don't notice it. You can't find out what.
I don't know what their process is.
Do we know? I mean, just for our public's information, I don't believe they have a contract with AGP. So
they are public meetings. They don't video them. They post their agenda on their website, meeting the minimum posting requirements. Typically, they do not have a staff report for agenda items available on the posting. It's either delivered orally at the meeting or the staff report is passed out at the meeting. Okay. Is typically the way they work.
But I think sorry.
And to be clear, first statement, and fair, second statement. To be clear, also, we intended to send a staff member to their most recent public meeting in order to, since it's not videoed, in order to listen and ascertain what was going on. And we were told that if we did that, that they likely wouldn't discuss the issue at all because we had a staff member there. Is that correct, Rob? Is that what was?
That's what we were told, yes.
Okay.
That if we sent somebody there, it would cause too much angst having public at their meeting, and they wouldn't be able to forthrightly discuss, that's not the word that I'm trying to come up with, but they wouldn't be able to openly discuss it if there was public, especially somebody from Morro Bay in the room. I thought maybe we could assist in the discussion if there was any questions from other board members that weren't at the technical committee, but they weren't looking for our assistance.
And so that was to be clear, and to be fair, I made a statement a moment ago. I want to make sure I'm absolutely clear on it. And I'm doing that because we're all being watched right now.
Yep.
And I am aware of that. So I wrote and said that both Rob and Rick would get together to work on the RFP. I wanted to confirm that that's what they were doing. That was on the 19th of February. And on the 20th, Mr. Kuhn wrote, my understanding was that I would work on a Cayucas MOU and Rob would work on the RFP for the FMP, period. And he went on to talk about the MOU in their BOD meeting. But so that was the statement that he made, and it doesn't say that after Rob's worked on it, they wouldn't look at it or anything, but I took that to mean that they were doing their MOU and we were doing the RFP.
Okay, great. That's all for now on that. Any other comments you wanted to make before? No, Mr. Levick here.
One person has to start writing it, so you can't really write it together. So even if I drafted it, we will share it with Cayucas.
I just want to make a general comment. When we started this discussion a month ago, I don't want to lose track of the reason we're discussing it is because it's not personal at all. Okay, I think we wouldn't back away from anything that sounds personal or that interpersonally we're having a hard time or there's communication. The reason we're starting this discussion about the new governance is because we have a new project. The old project is going to be demolitioned, and we have a new project. It's a new business proposal that you need two entities to find a way to work together. That's all it is. So I would like us to give some clear direction to staff if we could. This is kind of where I'm hoping myself to be able to pull it together. What are things, as Mr. Pannoni said, that we want to see retained in the MOU? And I kind of feel like we have two ways to go. We can say, all right, let's get moving, and we can accept a less detailed MOU, combine some, we could go with this MOU from CSD to get moving if we felt that it was holding us back in some way. And I'm not sure, but if we feel as though it is holding us back, then maybe we need to give some comments on the CSD draft and move forward. But then on the other side of the coin, I see if we really as a council feel very strongly that that Morro Bay draft MOU speaks to where we want to go at the end of the day, then I don't know why we'd wait any more meetings to say, you know, we really feel comfortable with this. Let's move forward and see where we go from there. So I hear two things out here. I think we're kind of skirting around two things. I'm leaning toward, we were very clear a month ago on where we thought we needed to go. We were very open and upfront and clear about that in a non-emotional way, looking at it from a business point of view, facilities management point of view. I mean, everything's dry and boring. You can look at it from those, you know, operational level. So I'm sensing that I appreciate the work that went into our MOU draft. I think it was pretty extensive, and we tried to think of everything that would come up into the new relationship. So I'm leaning toward reaffirming most of what we started with a month ago.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, as am I, and I would just ask Mr. Pannoni regarding, paragraph 6 on page 1 of the Cayucas's proposal. If you could interpret that for me, sir. Whereas paragraph 14 of the existing JPA states that
no relocation, reconstruction.
That's actually the section that I was referring to, saying, I don't know about that, and I would want to look at the existing agreement to see whether I agree with that language, and even if I did, I don't see the point of that whereas clause being in something that the city of Morro Bay would agree to.
And a new MOU is an agreement in writing to do something different. So I think it's pretty, I'm not sure if it's exactly verbatim, but I looked at the MOU or the JPA agreement online, and it seems to be verbatim to what it says in the MOU. Nobody ever anticipated that we were moving the plant from where it is. So that was
We're not moving the plant at all. We're building a new plant.
Yeah, building.
This says no relocation, reconstruction, alteration to, addition to, replacement of any portions. We're not doing any of that. We're building an entirely new plant.
I agree. Which is why I don't see the point of having it in this document.
That's my question. Is it applicable or not? And so if you don't have to review it and you agree, then it's doesn't matter. And we stand by our MOU. My sense of where we are, I see heads nod. I don't know.
If I could, Mr. Life, it sounded like there were some items in Cayucas's proposal that you thought would be beneficial to add to ours. I'm not asking you to illustrate them now, but we could ask staff to take a look at the Cayucas MOU. From your perspective, what you think would be of any value?
Well, there's one line in the components, the last line. I think I forgot to put the application for the SRF funding. I have it in another section, but Tim picked it up there and put it in the scope.
Okay.
Oh no, I have it. I just have it in a different order. So.
Okay. One last thing I wanted to point out. I'm happy with where we've landed on this, but in terms of non-negotiables, also under Cayucas's 3B, there's another item in here that is I don't think acceptable as it's been proposed, and I do want to bring that out publicly. It says the parties shall share the cost for the items listed in Section 2, which is all of the new project components going forward. And then it says that cost sharing shall be based on current capacities, which actually I think that makes a lot of sense, and that's included in ours. Each party shall be responsible for payment of costs and expenses of their respective staff, including attorneys and consultants, not jointly retained by the parties. So basically, in that email exchange that Mr. Buckingham just described, we're having Cayucas dictating our staff work at our cost and then at their benefit without them being willing to even compensate us for those efforts. And as we know, they have a part-time staff general manager, and we have multiple engineers and capital project manager and our project consultant that got us to this point. And I mean, the costs and the amount of effort that we're putting into this in comparison to Cayucas, I don't think it's equitable. And that's what we talked about at the subcommittee meeting. I think we've all said at public meetings also. We do want to end up with an equitable scenario at the end where both communities can feel good and that we're getting good value for the dollars we're spending. I mean, we are all committed to getting there.
Absolutely.
And I think that is captured in our draft MOU. I really do.
Thanks for bringing that out. I think, you know, for the public that may not or actually don't have their MOU, and maybe for the sake of the minutes, we can post this draft in the minutes when we do this, just for sake of conversation. But you know, we'll post our this staff report, so maybe we can include it as part of the documentation if we'd be so inclined. I think that'd be helpful.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We'll embed that in the minutes right underneath the link to the video of this.
Okay, that's great.
Great. Everyone will get to see us. And I'm wondering, too, I guess we should, if there's a chance, if I could add one more thing, maybe the WRF-CAC could just get a quick email to let them see the CSD's draft. Might be nice. Since they saw our draft, I don't know when I'm not sure when the next
next meeting would be in a couple of weeks.
It just might be something to include in their packet or shoot along to them at some point.
We'll include that in their packet so they can.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other discussion needed for staff on this? Thank you. Thanks for everybody's work and participation. Any other discussion from council? All good to go? Okay. Let's get on to item D3. Discussion and approval of city support for daytime events on July 4th. Mr. Woods?
I'm going to pitch this one to start.
Thank you.
And
Sorry.
I am confident that we will not, the staff is not going to cause you to have to make a go past 11 o'clock vote. Notice how I worded that. So the purpose of this presentation is to propose to you or give to you a recommendation for the city to act as what I would describe as a lead partner for a modified 4th of July event at Tidelands Park this summer. You agendized this at the last council meeting and wanted us to bring a proposal to do this, and here it is. So the bottom line recommendation is this: that the staff recommends the city council direct the city manager to partner with other organizations in the city of Morro Bay for the purpose of conducting a 4th of July community celebration within the following parameters. One, that the city will act as a lead partner for the event with other persons and community groups assisting. The celebration will be daytime only, focused on Morro Bay resident families. And a family group doesn't mean you have to have Morro Bay residents, really the way to say that. The city will not charge for city-provided equipment and services such as police, fire, park fees, etc., and city-provided financial support for essential equipment and services that the city cannot provide, such as porta potties, will be worked out during the fiscal year 15-16 budget process. So again, a little more detail on a couple of those. The fiscal impact, the actual total fiscal impact is to be determined, and it'll be directly related to how the event is planned. Another way to say that is we can plan this event within whatever fiscal constraints there are. If there are significant fiscal constraints, it will be a smaller, less exciting event. Maybe not less exciting. And if it's a little bit broader, then there can be more things and activities going on. The indirect cost to the city should be minimal, maybe not minimal, but certainly less than we are used to. For a daytime-only event without fireworks, we don't anticipate a significant police or fire overtime requirement. There will be some staff overtime required on the 4th of July. I anticipate that if you are telling the city to be the lead partner, then some of us are going to work on the 4th of July to do that, and that will require some overtime. Additional costs could require up to $5,000 from the general fund. The city intends to partner with other organizations to help defray not only the cost, but partner to add color to the event, such as the bike parade, which you heard this evening. So quick background, the Morro Bay 4th Committee, there's a long history with fairly broad community support for the 4th of July in Morro Bay. The event traditionally included family-focused daytime events at Tidelands Park and then nighttime fireworks. Community support has frankly been decreasing, not community participation, but community support and leadership and putting the event on. Morro Bay 4th Committee is essentially defunct. No community members have stepped up to lead the community event. The event this year is at significant risk of not happening should you not take action. Discussion. So the city is in the process, as you know, from approving the goals and objectives tonight, of determining how best to support community events going forward in the future. In the process of doing that. And we'll determine, part of that will be to determine which events should be city-sponsored events. City-sponsored events, some of them are 0% cost recovery and some are 100% or close to 100% cost recovery. For example, the holiday Christmas tree lighting is 0% cost recovery. The city puts on that event completely. There's no tickets charged, there's no sponsorship, no nothing. We just pay for that as a service to the community. The Rock to Pier is close to 100% cost recovery. So that run, there's registration fees charged, et cetera. So as we determine in the next 14 months which events to support and at what level, it is not inappropriate for you to act as a lead partner for the 4th of July this year, and even to direct some funds to help put that on. So you won't be violating anything. You already do this, for example, for the holiday Christmas tree lighting. You already do this sort of thing. So some details from this recommendation, just to put a little bit of meat on the bones. So the staff recommends that the city commit to act as a lead partner for the celebration. I described lead partner that the staff envisions partnering with other entities and organizations. We will lead it, but we can't do it by ourselves. Or if we are doing it by ourselves, it's going to be pretty bare bones. It will be functional but not colorful. Daytime only, no fireworks. They're expensive in more ways than one, extra police and fire. Also, the family-focused really emphasize and make the focus on Morro Bay residents and families. It's sort of a picnic in the park, daytime concept. The more help we have, the more fun it'll be. Indirect costs, as noted, there will be some indirect costs. And direct costs, there will be some direct costs to the city. Likely some level of support is going to be required from the general fund, perhaps up to $5,000. That level of support can be worked out in the budget process, but you'll see in the recommendation, I'm going to a way to address that a little bit. And some of that may be defrayed by community group contributions. For example, TOG is willing to host again this year the fundraiser he usually always does, which has raised in the past about $5,000. In the last 2 weeks-ish, since you asked us to do this real quick and come back to you, we don't have a complete budget. And also, frankly, we won't really get a complete budget worked out until we figure out how much support we have and see how much we can put on. But our intent will be for the city to
to soak up the indirect costs and be willing to commit a certain level of direct funding in order to have a good event, but at the same time to encourage public support from donations from great people like Mark Tognazzini doing what he does to support this thing. Perhaps we'll even brush off the water bill donation mailers and that sort of thing. So the conclusion is that if you don't intervene, it's likely there will be no 4th of July community-wide celebration in Morro Bay 15. There will still likely be some individual ones, but not a community picnic in the park. So here is a recommended motion for you so that we can actually do this in 7 minutes and not 27. The City Council directs the City Manager to partner with persons and organizations in the City of Morro Bay for the purpose of conducting a 4th of July community celebration within the following parameters. 1, the City of Morro Bay will act as lead partner for the event with other persons and community groups providing support and assistance. 2, the celebration will be a daytime-only event focused on Morro Bay resident families. Frankly, what I want to do here is prevent mission creep, prevent good ideas that might cost us more money and say, well, let's start it at, let's go until 10 at night. Let's just say right now it's going to be a wonderful daytime event and keep it right there. The city will not charge for city-provided equipment and services such as police, fire, park fees, etc. Direct financial support for essential equipment and services the city cannot provide will be worked out during the 2015-16 budget process. However, as you know, that budget process ends in June. This is the 4th of July, and there's a lot of planning to be done between now and then. So the city will provide at least up to $5,000 in direct support. So what I'd like you to do is give us the authority to, this is almost pre-budgeting, the authority to plan an event that requires no more than $5,000 in city direct support, although our intent is to get community input and to drop that number as low as we can. But I suspect we'll have better luck getting contributions for a bouncy castle than for porta potties. So there's going to be some things that the city's going to chunk down the change to do so that we can tell people that their contribution is going for bands and castles, not porta potties and fences or whatever. So that's it.
Thanks very much for the presentation and work on that as well. And any questions for staff?
Really quick, yes. Are you aware that is it my turn?
Well, I was just going to...
It's okay. Public comment now.
We'll go through public comment. Just for the sake of the process, we don't have any people in the audience. There is no public comment. We'll bring it back, Christine, please.
Thank you very much. Just FYI, I don't know, I think we all received it from Brent at the Tourism Bureau, and there were allocations made from the general fund monies that the city gave to the Tourism Bureau to disperse, and it looks like there are $9,000 so far unspent from the general fund, and in addition to $2,500 that, on my understanding, was returned from the Morro Bay 50th. So that's already general fund money that was budgeted for 14-15. So I guess what I would suggest is maybe our staff reach out to Brent, and I have the note here, he said they were going to open up a second grant application process around April. I spoke to Brent, and we sort of talked about the fact that nobody came forward from the Morro Bay 4th this year because there was no one on the committee to do so. Obviously, though, they were kind of planning on maybe some of that money might go to a 4th of July event, so I would just encourage us to follow up ASAP there.
If I might comment.
Certainly do that, and I suspect they would find it unwise to turn down the city of Morro Bay for a grant.
You never know. Maybe they have a technical committee that they meet on, and they decide what to do there on their own. But I would just, while I've got the mic, and thank you for responding so quickly and so well to something that this community loves. They don't love it enough, I guess, to keep leading it. But I have been involved in the last 5 years, and it is a fantastic day, and it does take a diverse group of people. So I have 100% support for this item and 100% appreciation for that.
And so let me answer the question that Christine didn't ask, and that is, so I'm going to work with the Morro Bay 4th committee and encourage them not to turn off the 501c3 or C6 or whatever it is now, in the hope that this might generate some community support and the city won't have to lead it next year. And we'll go through that process as we look at how we do community events. But this is a one-year decision as far as I'm concerned. It's to save the 4th in 2015, and we may well generate enough interest and excitement and see that actually daytime can be cool and all that, and be able to turn on a Morro Bay 4th committee next year.
Thanks. John?
Just to comment, follow up with Christine, I had the same conversation, and must have been after yours. There will be some money available to the city, so
Good.
they just couldn't make it here because I guess they were at a conference this evening. So, thank you.
Comments, Noah?
Yeah, I'm just really happy about what you put together here. I think this is excellent, and particularly keeping alive what is really a completely unique event that the 4th has been able to establish. The daytime events, you don't find that anywhere. The skate race, the bike ride, the community three-legged race.
Skateboard race.
Yeah, the skateboard race. So thanks for stepping up. And staff, I think it's really a relief to us and to the community to know that we're going to keep this thing going. I really like your idea of how to start to structure this, thinking about bringing in new community leaders going forward from here.
Great. And Matt?
No, I just want to echo that's a great idea, because I've been doing this for years also with my kids and my family, so this is great, and we're not just necessarily putting all our eggs in one basket with fireworks on the bay. So it's a great idea.
Okay, with that, I would like to put a shout out to the Morro Bay 4th Committee for their work all the years that they have done this. Of course, the bike parade group has been pretty great in that as well, but just thanks for that group and what they're doing. We'll just take it as a transition, and here to put it on. So you've laid out a motion for us. We could have a motion.
I'll move.
Second.
Christine?
Sure, I'll move staff recommendation. Do I need to read it a third time?
No.
No. Okay.
Second.
Okay.
So we have a motion by Christine, a second by Noah. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. And with that, we'll move on to thanks everybody, and thanks Dave and staff. Council future agenda items. Seeing none. Oh yes. Oh okay.
I'm trying to find my button. It's almost 11 o'clock. I have received a couple of communications regarding the citizen selection process for the last go-round of committees, with the possibility of recommendations for changes. And so I wondered if we might be able to agendize that, if that's a word, and have a discussion about or a review of that specific policy. There is a policy. I think it's a policy that speaks to the process for reviewing, and it had to do with an individual, unfortunately not being able to make it, that was elected, and it wasn't the individual necessarily. It didn't have anything to do with the individual, but it had to do with the process and the question of whether it's appropriate to elect somebody that has not been interviewed, that is unknown to council members.
Okay.
So
that's
why
the policies and procedures is coming back, so that's on the agenda planning guide, and when it comes back, we can discuss it then, if that'll work.
That'll work, and I just
Okay,
didn't recall
perfect.
it was on there. Great, thank you.
Okay, great. With that, we can call the meeting adjourned. Thank you.